Okay, welcome everyone to Xenogears All Cutscenes. We have a long run ahead of us, so as soon as I know that we are working and really live on my end, we'll go ahead and get this started. Great, we are totally live. Let me give this a countdown. Time starts right when I hit the new game button. I have to keep the cursor moving, otherwise it starts playing a cutscene, and we can't have that. That has to count as part of time, not before the run. So let's get going in 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Most important tech of all cutscenes is don't skip this. This cutscene is the only skippable cutscene in the game. I need to not do that. We're watching it today. Thanks for good luck. Really, it's can I stay awake for this whole run because my body decided to wake me up 3 hours early today. But yeah, this is a real fun one. I get to show off all of the fun cutscenes without any of the challenge of the no major glitches run. Or I say challenge, I should say RNG. There's a lot of real bad RNG in NMG. But we don't have to deal with any of that. There's other RNG in this run, but it's not nearly as bad.
Contamination is spreading widely. Captain!
Cut off the cables manually.
Roger. Activating self-destruct bolts.
We do still get the beeping in this run, yes. This is a beeping category.
Nothing happened. Omega-1, they are attacking. We can't stop them.
Just like any percent US is beeping, this one is also a beeping category.
And it's space logic.
We don't get extra beeping compared to regular, so proportionally it's less beeping. But you know, we still get some beeping.
Coordinates input, coordinate NX128 EZ061, the main planet.
Damn. So they're planning on attacking. Engine room.
The beeping is great. It's like
Engine room. Engine.
it gets you going, you know? I'm still like half asleep, or I would be if my body was not angry at me and deciding to wake me up at 3 a.m. So, you know, it's a nice little alarm going off to just wake us all up for the beginning of the run.
Are safely transported to the escape shuttles. I will send a dispatch after evacuation is complete. I am evacuating the ship. All of you.
That PB is not accurate. I was scrolling through my notes to see what my PB is, and I was like, that's not accurate. I don't think I finished this run with all the cutscenes because my earliest route of this did not have all the cutscenes, and so I had to change it. Which is why we have a 21-hour estimate. Yes, exactly. And I need to be that alert for the blind menuing that I have to do. I do appreciate at least that the hardest part of the run is within the first 20 minutes. It's very nice for marathon stuff, because if I make a mistake and I have to reset the run, it's not the biggest deal in the world. Whereas if I do it right, then we're off to a great start. And I should not make a catastrophic mistake after that point. As long as I follow my notes exactly, which I have pulled up. Wonderful, thank you. I love running this. I have so many snacks prepared for myself because I need snacks to get through this run. It makes me so happy that people are actually watching the whole thing. Because this is, I feel like when I run something that's this long, I'm like, yeah, I totally get if you're not going to be here for the whole time. It's 21 hours. Shouldn't be 21 full hours. We should be done sometime between 20 hours and 21 hours. But anyway, that was our intro cutscene that we don't watch in any other category because you can skip it by pressing the X button. And now it's time for text. So don't worry, we're already like 2 minutes behind any percent because we had to watch an extra cutscene. It's fine. 3 minutes actually, I think. Remember how long that intro cutscene is. Whatever, it's not like this is a serious category, we're having fun. We're watching all the cutscenes. We're doing it all in one sitting. Yeah, no, there's been no time loss yet. There hasn't been an opportunity because all I've had, it's been watch a cutscene and then turn on turbo on the X button and just sit back and hold it while we watch text play out. I like where we're thinking. The cutscenes will go faster because we've had beeping. Well, we haven't had the beeping yet. Hey. We're almost at the beeping. So they're explaining the whole situation in that opening cutscene of like, okay, now we're going to give you some concrete info about what the world is. We're not going to mention anything that happened in like the fully rendered cutscene that happened before that. We don't need to learn about what happened in that until like mid to late disc 2. So, about 16 hours or so we'll find out about that. Maybe, 16? Or like 18. But here we are, starting the battle scene. This is important because the way that this glitch works is swapping discs as we're leaving a battle scene is how we get into the kernel menu where the beeping is. So the fact that this intro cutscene takes us into a battle scene for a little bit of it is really convenient, and we're allowed to do this here because we skip none of the cutscene by doing this kernel menu here. Yep, we got that one. Want to swap discs here. Close the text box. And welcome to beeping. Put the discs back, onto the menu. Let's buy our stuff. We need Matchlock Speedstars. Here. Matchlock Speedstars, where are you? I am cautious in this menu because if I scroll down too far, we crash the game. I don't want to do that. That's plenty ether doublers. Okay. That should be... Right. This is the wrong shop. That's okay. Wrong shop. I'm gonna buy some stuff in this shop, though. This is what happens if I miss menu. Fortunately, this was not a bad miss menu. I'm just gonna buy more Zeta Souls, some Zeta Souls and Omega Souls. Since I'm in that shop anyway. There we go. I did 24 inputs instead of 25. We need a Thor's Thunder. We need Shot G80 and Matt Hydro. Yes. Speedring S. Give me a whole bunch of these. That's plenty. And we need 3 Mind Guards. We already bought our Sigma Soul. Oh no, we didn't buy that. We bought our Omega Souls and Zeta Souls. Did not buy our Sigma Souls. We don't need a lot of, and our Ether Drives. We also need 99 Strength Drives for this category. Okay. Let's see. Yep, that's good. We're going to use all of our Ether Drives on Faye. Faye's Ether is now very good. Nope, you don't need an Ether Doubler. This should be this item. Gotta get a bunch of these. That should be plenty. And back to this shop for more Ether Drives. We're not done with Ether Drives. We need so much Ether. Okay, do that. Time to feed Faye. We're feeding Faye again. Faye needs lots of ether. Our stats go up to 200 in this game, so we need to get Faye all the way there. And we're going to use a couple of these. Just 5 of these, so that we have max HP and EP as well. Back to our drives, because we need 99 ether drives for the road. We need so many drives. Yep, there we go. Now we're ready to buy gear stuff. Okay, we need to buy... Well, at least 12 power magics. I'll buy a few more. We need that. Some of these. That's plenty. This, and this. No. Engine. Give me this engine. Give me this engine. You need the armor. Okay. Hopefully that was 62 up inputs. Good, it was. I'm getting this whole menu on the first try. Oh my goodness. Okay, this is for frames. Okay, almost done. Just need to click you. Reset things real quick. And okay. We made it through the menu. I'm always a little worried that that's going to go wrong. Let's overwrite this save, because the more saves you have, the longer the save and load times are, and I don't want slow save and loads. And reset the console. Okay. We have finished the first beeping segment. Let's load up our save and keep going. So, welcome to the village of Lahan. Where we resume our cutscene right from where we left it off. We gotta talk to you in here. This is a cutscene. We gotta find out about how Faye got here. Because it wouldn't be lots of lore if we didn't have extra lore. And we talk to Timothy, because Timothy is another cutscene, gives us another scene. Don't get used to all the random extra scenes that we're gonna have in all these towns. They're not gonna last, but you know, they're nice while we have them. We get to stretch out the beginning of the run a little bit. And then as soon as we try to leave, this kid shows up. Hi, Dan. Oh yes, Dan is a 10-year-old child with the hairline of a 50-year-old man. It's fine. Oh yeah, he's not doing so well. We're gonna head over here to the tutorial hut. I don't want tutorials. I want to talk to Luca. Yes, we gotta hear you out. Anyway, she's telling us how to save our game. This is a cutscene because the save point grows bigger and it does a little camera zoom in. That's why this is required. The definition of what exactly counts as a cutscene is a little bit tricky in Xenogears, but I tried to be reasonable with what counts and what doesn't, and I feel like this counts. They put all this effort into these visual effects here for the tutorial hut. Thanks, Luca. 28G is actually nothing, so that's fine. It's kind of annoying at the beginning of the game, but like, it's not even that much at the beginning of the game. And we have ridiculous money. Dan, where are you? I need to talk to you again. Oh yeah, I love it. Anyway, here's Dan. We're talking to him again because he's got a cutscene here. Thanks, Dan. We did not need to know that. Hey. Dan, I don't want to talk to you anymore. We're done. We said we'd break up the wedding. And then Dan is like, don't do that, but like, thank you. We gotta talk to this guy. We're going to tell him drinking won't help matters because we need the mermaids tier that he's gonna give us for later. I mean, this little thing counts as a cutscene, but it also locks another cutscene later, so we gotta get this item now. Okay. Now we're to Alice's house. We're done in Lahan already. Oh yeah. Oh, when I was routing this, I went through every interaction in this town to decide whether or not it was a cutscene. like what, so trying to figure out what a cutscene was and which things counted. And those are the things that count. The badges don't unlock a cutscene, so I don't have to get the RPS badge. Thank goodness. Like, the thing the badges unlock is just, a bunch of treasure. I don't, like, it doesn't count as a cutscene, so I don't have to do it. And most of what, like, went into my definition is, does it involve a sound cue or a camera angle change or some sort of special effect? And is it repeatable or not repeatable? Because if it's not a repeatable interaction, I'm more inclined to define it as a cutscene than if it's a repeatable action. Or like a repeatable interaction with an NPC. Even if it does something like that, might not be a cutscene. Perks of being the person defining the category and the only person running it is I can kind of make up whatever rules I want, but yeah. I tried to be as honest as I could with it. While being like, no, I don't need to talk to this little kid who's on top of the chief's house who gives you a little camera pan up to the sky because every time you talk to him, it does that. That doesn't count. It doesn't give you anything, it's just a little camera pan. That's not gonna count as a cutscene. But in general, if it's a non-repeatable interaction, and it's fancier than just dialogue, I will probably do it in this run. Which way am I going here? Oh, I don't say anything other than that. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, I tried to be, you know, reasonable with it, but not. You know, I want to include a lot, but I don't want to be here all day. I mean, I am here all day, but... Okay, can we run away? I actually... Oh my god. Hold on. We need to pause. They did enough damage that I'm actually concerned about my health. So we're gonna fix that. Usually you don't have to heal there. This is a cutscene, by the way. This counts, but you're gonna run into it anyway. Usually you don't have to heal there because each of those runs are 50-50, and I usually get away within the first bit. Oh, right. We are going to take the egg. And now I need to do this whole area without accidentally saying no to this chicken. Or saying yes to this chicken. Okay, we're fine. If we'd run into a second one of those jackal encounters, I would have been very worried, but that's why we have Omega Souls. No. We do not need the spider silk here. That's not, it doesn't count as a cutscene, and it's not that important for later. We just need the bird egg. Yeah, we don't need to do the spider thing, we just need the bird egg. The spider thing saves you 50 GP when you get Shavat. And it doesn't, like, it's not a cutscene itself, it's just grabbing an item, which doesn't count. And it would save you money on fishing, which we don't even have to do, I don't think, in this run, so. I don't remember having to do fishing, so. Wait. Yep, we gotta talk to Yui here. She tells us the Tan's out tinkering with his junk in the backyard, because that's a perfectly normal phrase to be saying about your husband. And we get a little bit of a longer cutscene because of the egg. I did not need to talk to Midori. This is time loss. We do need to grab Midori's ring. That is important for later. But there's no other cutscenes at Satan's house other than the ones we have to do for story. I like this run because it's a nice like balance between 100%, which does all the really annoying things, and like a reasonable category. So like, sure, we're not doing any percent stuff. We're getting to see the whole story. We're not skipping over large chunks of it. But we get to use some glitches that aren't in NMG, which is fun. And then we also get to not deal with the really bad parts of 100% that are terrible RNG with multi-hour time swings. Because 100% in this game is awful. Like, even as a speedrun, 100% is on the order of like 48 hours-ish, which would not... I don't want to do that single segment. I think the record is like 35, but there's so much RNG involved in 100% that I don't want to deal with it. And it's not like fun RNG, like battle RNG, it's like... Here's a 1 in 32 you have to get. And here's another, like, thing that you have to do. You have to beat a computer at speed 5 times in a row. Very late, far into the run. For 100%. And sometimes the cards are just dealt in a way that you can't win. So that needs to not happen, and it's also speed against a computer. I believe you are allowed to take a break in 100%. Because otherwise no one would run it. I have never looked into the rules because I have never even thought about running it. Because of the winning speed against the computer 5 times in a row thing. I don't like the card game in this game. It's fine, casually. I do not want to do it in a speedrun setting. There's like a couple people that have run it. And I think I'm literally 2 people on the leaderboard. Oh, the computer is ridiculous. It just knows what's happening all the time and is annoying. Like, who would have thought that playing a speed-based card game against a computer would maybe not be the best idea? Like, strategy game where I can take time to think, I don't have a problem with. A speed-based game? Uh-uh. Okay. We have nothing extra interesting happening here for a little bit. We're just going through the story. Nope, stop talking to the sign. Hey look, it's the things that the game is named after. They're gears. Oh, that's half of the game's name. We don't have the other half yet. We don't get to do that for a while. I don't know. I'm not looking at a timer for this run. Oh, we almost beat Satan. Well, welcome to the town that we just started in. It's now on fire. Today is not a good day to live here, to put it mildly. Oh my goodness, it's an animated cutscene. Don't get too used to these. Oh no. They got in the gear. Anyway, Weltald is not in great shape. But our agility is 76, which seems pretty good. Yes, we're in combat mode. I don't know how we have 1,200 units of fuel left. Our maximum tank is 1,000. It clearly says 1,000 down there. Repel mode. Goodbye. We're gonna use our weakest attacks on these guys and do 10 times their max HP. Faye leveled up a bit there, but levels don't matter. That's not true. Levels matter, but only for the purposes of learning ether abilities. That's the only reason we need to level up in this run, is to learn ether abilities, and we route around the ether abilities we have. We don't need to go out of our way to get extra experience to learn other ether abilities than the ones we get naturally. I'm realizing I'm a little cold. I'm gonna go get a blanket during this cutscene because it's a little cold in my room. But y'all enjoy Faye destroying Lahan. That didn't take as long as I thought to get the blanket. So I guess I get to enjoy it too. Oh no, not Timothy! Everyone's favorite Xenogears character, Timothy. Oh no. That doesn't look good. Dan, it's okay. Alice turned into line art. And because we accidentally destroyed our whole village, we're gonna go on an adventure to leave here and go anywhere else. That's our only goal, is to go anywhere else and start a new life somewhere new. Thanks, Satan, for the sage advice. Eh. No, we didn't get Black Moo. Well, I guess we have to reset. We didn't get Black Moo, which is a frame-perfect trick that does nothing. Why am I doing this wrong? I mean, he did. But then he said no, it wouldn't be right to do that. So he shouldn't actually do it. Dan was more excited that Faye was willing to be a homewrecker if he asked him to be. Okay. This is a forced encounter. Just stand on the side of the boulder. Because I know how to dodge things. Blackmoon Forest is not very different from normal. We're going to be doing the same... all the same cutscenes.
Make one wrong move and I'll shoot.
But I have, because I woke up too early for this, it's already snack time for me. There will be a lot of snacking throughout this run, but this scene is long enough that I can take a quick snack. Oh no. Anyway. So square attack is obviously not Faye's best ability. Faye's best ability is this guided shot. Yeah. Guided shot is really good when we have maximum ether. 4 ether points for 2,000 damage. Faye is very strong.
Wait! Hey! Don't leave me here! Wait!
Fortunately, there's no rodents here, just hobgobs and birds and trolls. I think scorpions of unusual size.
You must be lonely here by yourself. Faye. Faye. Faye.
Okay, which way are we going? Not that way. Why am I lost? That'll be... Why do I not know this area? It's this way. There we go. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. We found it. I don't know why that area confused me. Okay, we're in a forced fight. Boom. 2015 was a year that existed. Ooh, 2060. That's not happened yet. Oh no. Yeah. It is early. Okay. I was more worried about myself not finding it than any sort of, like, you know, being slow. Because I was like, I know I don't want to go up the ramp, but I want to take the flat path along the bottom so I can jump up, but I don't know where that is all of a sudden. Oh my goodness. Okay. It's normally I just don't think about Black Moon Forest because nothing happens in this dungeon, like, or in this area. It's just like cutscenes galore. Trapped in Black Moon for 21 hours. Oh, that would be terrible. Fortunately, we're not trapped in Black Moon for nearly that long. There's no more confusing rooms for the rest of Black Moon. I keep calling it a dungeon. It's not really a dungeon. It's sort of a dungeon. I don't know. Black Moon Forest is a very, like, B-tier dungeon. For this game, not in general. I mean, in general, this game is not amazing with its dungeon design. But Black Moon Forest especially, meh. It should be there but quiet. Unless it's not coming through for some reason, but I have stuff bars filling up on my end. Okay. Yeah, it does that sometimes. You know, they gotta tell a story, they gotta have big dynamic ranges in the music and stuff. And I feel like my voice is a little loud. It's all good. Yeah. Ellie's not the nicest here. Bye, Ellie.
You talk as if it's not your responsibility.
No.
do anything.
They died because you had to pilot the gear and start fighting.
It wasn't me, can't you understand?
Not just anyone can pilot those machines, you know.
I didn't do it.
Why won't you take responsibility?
I'm not so strong.
Why are you trying to put the blame on others?
I'm not even all that talented.
You're a coward!
That's right. I'm a coward.
We have almost escaped Black Moo. We're only like an hour in. It's fine. This is a reasonable time to be leaving this first dungeon of the game. Okay. 1, 2, 3. We're counting. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Today was a 14 defense day. It's usually 14 defend there. With how fast Faye is. The reason we have to defend there is because we're not allowed to kill the Rancor Dragon until we get our gear, even though a guided shot would one-shot this thing. Goodbye. Red Faye's okay. Oh yeah. No, it's been doing a good job of establishing all the characters. We just, you know, this game's not in a rush to go anywhere. Sorry, Satan, I got away in there. You definitely talk too much. Your wife is right. You talk too much for not... Satan talks too much to not say all the things he doesn't say. Like, come on, Satan. Really? Get it together. Here we get introduced to the Salamander. We'll be seeing quite a bit of the Salamander throughout at least disc 1. It's not actually called the Salamander, but come on, it looks like a salamander. Dazzle's entrance is way further over than it should be. Okay. We've made it to the next town, which means there's more optional cutscenes here. No, wrong place. Next house. We gotta learn about what a sand buggy is. Dazzle is in Ave. Lahan is like kind of on the border, it's more neutral. But Dazzle is for sure in Ave. Anyway, that's our little cutscene there. Oh yeah, they gave you so many. Okay, now we are going to the tent. There's a lot happening in Dazzle. Well, we tried. We tried our best, but we couldn't repair the gear. Guess it's time to give up. If Satan's moving everyone away from Lahan, why do we need to protect the village anymore? The villagers aren't living there. Surprise cutscene over here. There's a whole map painting for this, like... We have to include that. Yeah, that one is kind of cool. Just tucked over there. And now we're going to rent the sand buggy for literally no money. Satan is not paying this person to rent this buggy. Satan is not going to return this buggy. We're just stealing a sand buggy. And this is accepted as a good and normal thing to do. And the buggy guy is like, yeah, go out and find him. It's dangerous. You should go out and find him. So we're gonna go out and find him. I mean... I want to go this way. Welcome to the desert. No, Faye, we're not gonna follow those gears. We're gonna go this way. And we do have to follow them for one screen. Come on, game. Boy, do I love when I don't get to run away. I don't know who would walk into their desert. Definitely doesn't seem practical. Oh yeah, naturally. He's a video game protagonist. He's gonna be fine. Everything's gonna work out. What kind of game would this be if it didn't work out? Oh no, not these enemies. Whatever will I do? My weakest attack. And now it's Groff time.
Who are you? Who? Right. I know you. You killed her. Her? No. It wasn't. Not me. You coward. It was you.
Aw, that's unfortunate. Now we have Groff. Groff is here. And the worm also goes down to her basic attack. Oh, I guess we've been captured. Oh well.
Let us join together. I never thought we'd meet again like this. It must be fate. How ironic. But I'll never let you have him. Even if it kills me.
Okay. We're gonna do the extra dialogue here. No, we don't need to rest yet. We need to finish talking to you. We need all the information we can get out of Satan. Now we're ready to rest. Once Satan stops talking, we can go ahead and rest. I believe the VODs are going up at some point, but because of Twitch's highlights thing that they rolled out, none of these VODs are getting highlighted until mid to late April. Anyway. We are now getting rescued, because why not? It would be so boring if our story ended with us captured and nothing happening from that. Oh no. Thanks for the luck. That it'll be fine. We already got the worst part of the run done, or the most likely to mess up part of the run is done. Yes, there's a switch. I don't care. Oh. There we go. I jumped in the right place to skip the encounter. An encounter is not a cutscene. Even if it's a scripted encounter. It's just the fight and there's no dialogue around it, that's not a cutscene. So we can skip it. No, Faye. I hate this crane. This crane is the bane of my existence. Okay. We made it through the crane. I hate the crane. Not like I'm at risk of failing there, but it's annoying. Yay! We escaped. Oh boy. We gotta meet a new character. Hello, Mr. Pirate, sir. One gentle tap, and we caused so much damage that we got caught in quicksand. Yes, yes, we're not an Ave soldier. This cutscene is annoying to trigger. You kind of just gotta run around a bit, and eventually a cutscene triggers. But it's very annoying to get to actually happen. No, we don't need to attack these things. There we go. And we get a little cutscene there. That's telling us where to go. Because this is all cutscenes, I have to do this. Hello. It is still a fun game. Even replaying it, I don't know how many times I've played this game at this point. A lot. Okay, we gotta push the boulder. Goodbye, boulder. Bart will be fine with phase gear. Yep. We're gonna get an encounter in these long hallways. There's not much getting around that. Yeah, the long corridor bit, we're gonna get an encounter at least in each way. Each time we have to go through one of these. Maybe even a second one. Looks like not this time. But yeah, we're just gonna keep running right through the stalactite cave. Where I can speak. I blame waking up at 3 a.m. for all of the mistakes in this run. My body decided, you know what? I don't need to sleep in. My alarm was set for 5. My body said, yeah, you can wake up 2 hours early. That's fine. And so I did. And you know, I was going to try and wake up like an hour-ish before, an hour and a half before my run started, and then now I woke up like 3.5 hours before my run started, which means not as good because my run is 20 hours long. It's fine when you're the person who's watching it. Like that's totally fine. I get it. But I'm the person as the person running it, it's oh my goodness. Now I have to keep myself awake. And this game, for better or for worse, is not particularly action-packed as a speed run. Yeah, we're just gonna talk to Old Man Bell a whole bunch. So that we can move on. I would love that. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of variance in this run, so it's not like I'm gonna go way underestimate. Most of this run is cutscenes. But I'm doing alright. I've got the lights all the way on. I had them on dim earlier, and I was like, no, I'm falling asleep. I need to turn these all the way up so that I stay awake. I have many, many snacks. I don't know. Maybe just ignore it. Okay. Back outside. Come on. Really, we need to encounter here. We're gonna get one in the next room. Well, I'm pretty sure the way the encounters work, just in case you're curious, is that you get a certain amount of space before you can start having a chance at an encounter. Like, between them. And that starts every single screen transition. So if you're changing screens a lot, you won't get an encounter. But these really big, long corridors, there's no way you're getting through these without an encounter. We might very well see a second encounter, because that first encounter was pretty early. Yep. Encounter number 2. Just before the end of the room, too. Oof. I mean, he is. He is that old. Okay. Turned that one off. This is all just regular required for the story, we're not chasing cutscenes right now, we're just doing regular story stuff. Oh, Stalactite Cavern. Honestly, Stalactite Cavern is not a great dungeon either. Not up there in terms of dungeons in this game. It's like, yeah. I suppose it exists. It's not like bad. It's just not good either. It's just kind of a thing. that before I started speedrunning this game, I routinely forgot this was a thing that existed in this game. We do need that Iron G whip. Interrupt his text box, we're gonna do a menu. Iron G whip, and generous 50s. Oh wait, nope. Items first. Bart gets to have all the strength drives. Doors Tunda, speedring S, speedring S, speedring S. And that one text box doesn't count as skipping the any part of the cutscene because it's a text box we could still be moving in. But we get, and the rest of the cutscene plays out as normal, so. We didn't skip a cutscene. It's okay. Don't panic. And off we go. I'm glad. Oh, really? An encounter before the gondola? How dare. Yes, I want to get on the gondola. The gondola is the best part of this dungeon. I love the gondola. I just love that it exists. Because it didn't need to. But it does. Okay. We are almost out of the stalactite cave. Boss time! Oh, the gondola is very cute. Yes, I love it. That's why I love it. I'm like, it wouldn't be the same without it. The gondola by itself takes this dungeon from like D tier to C tier. Because of it, literally just the gondola moves this dungeon up a whole tier if I had to rank this dungeon. Because the rest of the stalactite cave, very forgettable, bland, not very good. The gondola, amazing. Give us more of the gondola. Oh yeah, the boss was very built, but it still died. We did have to use our medium attack, not our heavy, just our medium. But you know, that's a step up from our light attack. It's the first thing that would have actually survived a light attack. While we're in this kind of zoomed out map, it is faster to jump than it is to walk. There's the door. We're at the door. Jeez. But if we're zoomed in like this, jumping is not faster. And jumping is not faster if you're going uphill. It is faster if you're going downhill or on level ground in a zoomed out, in a big gear-sized map. As characters. Whew. I'm gonna go do a quick bio break. I will be back, hopefully without any time loss. Oh yeah, 0 time loss for me. Plenty of time. We only barely made it through docking procedures. I didn't even have, like, I still had all this dialogue that I don't need to be back for because the power of a rubber band and turbo. This is faster than going into any other door, and it speeds than following them, because that speeds them up and just pushes them right through. It just pushes them into the dining hall without having to wait for them. Anyway, Mason is just gonna tell us all of their plans, not knowing who we are. It's fine. Okay. Nissan is a place we actually get to go to in this run. But they haven't introduced it yet. They're just kind of dumping a lot of info. Oh my god. Here we go. We do have to talk to you, because you have a cutscene. Yay. Now we go over to the other room. More cutscenes. There are so many cutscenes at this pirate base. They're gonna go help service Gears. We've got to go back into Bart's room though for a scene. Thank you, Bart. Yep, Bart, you can have some time. There's a lot more than 1 second though, Bart. Yep, we're gonna head down. Come on, I can jump properly. Yes, let's get in the robot, but so that you can save the kids. But no pressure. Okay, time to go to sleep. We just had a whole lot of information dumped at us, and we need to sleep so we can process it. That's not the right person. You. Yes, I'm ready. No, I'm okay. I want to sleep. Of course, now that the game is going to sleep, I am now wide awake. I finally finished waking up. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Things are not going well. Well, I guess I'm a pilot, so I'll report to the gear hangar. Or at least go down the elevator. Oh, this fight's gonna be a little slow, but the rest of this should be fine. Oh no. Wow, goodness. That miss cost us a lot of time. Stop missing! Okay, there we go. Satan, I don't know how you hit it without killing it. I really want to know how much HP Breuer had, because... survive that, because, here's his basic attack. Goodbye.
That's it?
And here, it's not worth having Bart do anything. I think so, but not not that much. I don't know. Okay. And this is a boss fight. Bye. We did have to use that attack there, not the... We had to use a heavy attack there, but still, one shot. No, we're not going to say goodbye. We're off to Bledavik. Oh my goodness, this is a place I haven't been in so long. Nope, we need to park not in front of it. Come on. There we go. Okay, we have made it to Bloodavik. We gotta do this one. But we get shown the hotel. Thank you. And we go up these stairs. Come on, I'm supposed to examine the well. Yep, there we go. We're seeing how well I remember how Bloodavik is laid out. Nope, this is not the place I want to be. Pretty sure I want to go in here. Not this room. No, it's not this place. Not the weapon store. This is what happens when I don't run the category for a year. I forget where all the little things are. Oh, this is a person. Not you. None of you. What's over here? No, this was the fortune teller. Not there. It's another house over here, though. It's on this side of the town, I know. Is it not? No, it's not this house. The other house that leads upstairs, up to the upper level. Yeah, there's this door. This door! That's where it is. And upstairs, I think. Nope, not upstairs. There she is. Aww. We have to visit the cat house. This house? I know it's upstairs. Not this house. I had to talk to the cats, though. Don't go in that. That skips a cutscene. Definitely don't want to do that. Where is it? Here? Yes, upstairs here. We gotta do this cutscene and then upstairs here. And that's all the... That'll be all the cutscenes here, other than the Eephary outside. Which is fine. We watch that, we go upstairs. Talk to this person. Or that, her sister, right. There we go. Now we can leave. and go up the little secret alley. Oh, we have to talk to you. Follow them up the secret passageway. Yes. Gotta talk to you. Don't need to do anything here right now. Oh, Bledavik. I'm not used to navigating around Bledavik because it's not in the any percent run. Like, this town just doesn't exist in any percent. There we go. Registered. Come on. They are the same options every time. So I always go with that one that I chose because it's the shortest one, which means it takes the least time to draw out in text boxes. I want to go in the front door because there's a cutscene there. Oh, I forgot to go into the gear shop. I gotta go in the gear shop after this scene. No, I gotta go to... Oh, I gotta go to the gear shop. Dang it. Okay. So we're not gonna get some rest. We're gonna listen to what she has to say. And then we gotta go to the gear shop. Come on, you're supposed to be doing that. Yeah, we gotta go to the gear shop before we go to sleep here. Yes, yes, we put together the whole plan before coming to the hotel. And head out the door, out the window. And really all we have to do is run to the back here. Yay, camera zoom. I disagree. I don't think the first Ramses fight is the worst in the game. It's not pleasant, but I don't think it's the worst. I actually really enjoy it. Yes. Oh, wait. Yes, we do need to go rest. We do need to go do stuff before. I almost forgot. We needed to drop them off so that I can go to the minigame tent. Almost forgot this scene. That would have been bad. Things you can do now that we're by ourselves in Bloodavik. Yes, we'll do Mirror of Truth. And leaving gives us a... oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Well, sure. Anyway, that's what we came here for. We totally didn't destroy that Lahan. It's totally fine. Okay. Let's go get some rest now. We're ready. No, I am getting some rest. Red Room is pretty rough, for sure. Ramses, honestly, if you understand this, what a little bit of what's going on, it's not that bad because you just build up a combo. And then you combo them down. Hold on. Supposed to stop at the festival on the way. Almost went too far. Gotta stop at the festival. I don't think I actually needed to do that. I don't think there's a point in coming here with Satan. I'm gonna take that out of my notes. I figured out what the thing is, but I'm gonna wait for a cutscene to do that. My notes are not perfect. They're pretty good. Yep, we have no other cutscenes other than just heading into the tent. And we are going to try and win the tournament here. Hello, Dan. Hey. I'm gonna go in this sewer entrance. Okay. It's time for the mythical Ave tournament that we keep hearing about in all of our any percent runs. Okay. Now for this, it doesn't matter. We don't need to try and waste a bunch of time here. We just have to win the tournament. Guided shot is our best friend. Yeah, Faye does not need healing. No, Bart's. Bart, why? That's not what I wanted you to do. Go back inside. Go down the ladder. No. Oh my god. Camera. The camera's bad. Okay. There we go. Finally made it into the sewers. This is not going to be a good sewer sequence, but that's okay. I definitely want to get up this slope before the battling starts again. Before the tournament starts. Good. Okay. We got up the first one. It's all about timing the slopes with these extra current cycles. Because we can't swim up a slope if this current cycles. Oh, these are far from the worst sewers in the game, and I know that. The other sewer dungeon is worse. These are fine. I actually like the Ave infiltration sequence. I think it's pretty cool. It's pretty well executed. Hi, Big Joe. Go away, Big Joe. Okay, making it up here. We go left at this fork. And make it up this slope. Please. Please let me up this slope. That one's the one I'm most worried about, actually, for the cycles. Okay. No, we didn't make it. Ugh. That's really bad. Because we were really close. So close to making that. But I have failed. As long as we don't get back into the battling, we're through that, though. Or back into the tournament, we're through that section. Okay. Hello, Scud. With your magic pills. I don't want your magic pills. Go away. Now I need to make sure I don't guided shot Dan, because Dan is next in the tournament. We don't want to kill Dan. We don't care about anyone else in that tournament, but we don't want to kill Dan. Okay. We have a current. That's fine. Current is fine right now. Because we're not trying to swim up a slope. We're swimming up to a slope, but not up a slope. Now the current ends right as we get to this slope. This is the last slope I need to make it up. Okay, we made it. And now we just have to wait for this to open again. You're going to be waiting here for a bit, kind of no matter what, because when it's all the way open, you can't get up the slope that's right before it. Of course we get an encounter here. Okay, our fourth encounter's right here. That's not great. This battle will take a while. Oh no. It's for all of Lahan, you say. For Timothy. For your sister? Sure. Not good things. I don't actually know, because I don't think I've ever done it. Even casually, I was like, I don't want to beat up Dan. This fight lasts a while. Which is actually good, because it means that Bart has a while to infiltrate before the final match. I know. It does seem like he learned it from Weltall. Because that's what guided shot looks like if you use it in gear form. And there we go. We did it. Yay, cutscenes. And we get Alice's wedding dress. And we win. No. Do not. Come on, make it through the floodgate. Oh my god, make it through the floodgate. Please. I am done with the sewers. I am done with the sewers. Okay. Oh yeah, he does a lot of damage. You do, I mean, I do have a healing ability, so you can get through it. And my defense is not very good because I am spec'd for only speed. So I'm not wearing any armor. We get into this I was not expecting that yet. Okay. Well, that's fine. Apparently, the spectators think that because I did a guided shot for 1600 damage, this is boring. Okay. You're not supposed to be able to really hurt in this fight, but 200 ether and an ether doubler changes that quite a bit. Yay, we did it. We won the tournament. Unfortunately, this makes Bart's job a whole lot harder. Not like actually in danger harder, just harder. I don't even need to heal here. Okay. We want to go around and right through this door to the south. There's the stairs. Go up the stairs. Don't catch me, please. Into this first door. Gonna be a little cautious here. Nope. Dodged. No guard here, which is good. North end of the balcony. We go up one flight of stairs. Here. We'll get into this encounter, which is fine. We're pretty strong. Oh yeah, there's a peeking mechanic. It's real time. If you don't get out of the sewers before the end of the tournament, you actually have to, there's a bunch of extra guards and you have to sneak through. But as it is, we only have to deal with 2 of these. And if you get caught, you have to fight an encounter, which casually is much more difficult than I'm making it look. I have a very good whip for Bart right now, and Bart is ridiculously fast. Like, Bloodivik Castle Infiltration, or Castle Fatima Infiltration is really solid, casually. I think it's the first actual good dungeon of the game. Like, really good dungeon. Black Moon Forest and Stalactite Cave are okay. Yep, we gotta grab Margie. Yep, we're gonna take that with us. We don't need to save. I should probably save soon, though, just for marathon safety. I haven't saved since... I haven't saved in 3 hours. I mean, this fight's gonna be fine. Time for the Ramses fight. We're gonna do a strat that you can't do. You can't really get away with if you're not doing glitches, because we have way more power than we're supposed to have. There's a reason I fed Bart 99 strength drives. And got him the Thor Thunder. Come on, don't miss. Bart, I need you to not miss. Don't miss with these X attacks. Stop missing with these X attacks. That is not ideal. The S attacks landed at least, so we made it to phase 2. Phase 2 is going to be trivial. Fortunately, because we have Faye now, and Faye has Guided Shot. And if you remember, Guided Shot is overpowered. But only because we fed Faye a whole bunch of ether drives and gave him an ether doubler. The ability itself is not overpowered. It's very balanced. It's actually kind of underwhelming, actually. But it's ether-based, and we have ways to cheese ether-based things. I gotta try and find the next convenient place to save. I think I'm gonna save, just to make sure that we don't lose tons of time. Okay. Final phase here. Don't worry about Bart. We want to defend. Boom. 1900 damage there. Thank you, Margie. Oh my gosh, I have to actually run this. Forgot I have to run this hallway. Because that's the only movement I have to do here, and then there's a whole bunch more cutscenes. Hey look, it's the salamander. They definitely caught us. Also, hi Ellie. We haven't seen you in a while. We are getting out of here. Okay. We have a lot of cutscenes now, because we made it through Ramses 2. Which is really Ramses Phase 2, not actually Ramses 2. Hooray, we rescued Margie. Hey Sigurd, go do your thing. Go get into the ship. I'm gonna go into the ship, because that's where I need to go. Oh dear. Hey Margie. Go clean up your stuffed animal. Oh gosh, if anyone has a good name. I'm just gonna put in my default. Sorry. The only time in the entire run we get to name someone. I'm sorry you were too late. I put in my little one character name. For speed. We can call her Pickle in our heads though. But on paper, her name is question mark. Choo-choo, don't you stand in front of the door. Thank you, Pickle. We're getting out of the way. Okay. Sorry, I'm just thinking about how any percent would be well into Nortune by now. And we're not there yet. Okay. Any percent is faster because it's any percent and we don't have to do all the cutscenes and we don't have to do a lot of the plot. We get to skip a couple decent chunks of the plot, which we don't get to do for this run because that would be skipping cutscenes. How dare. Into Nissan we go. And we have more docking procedures. Yes, any percent cuts some cutscenes. It cuts quite a bit actually, and it cuts some boss fights. Any percent would skip over entirely from right after we got the Yggdrasil the very first time before Bledavik. It skips straight to Nortune from there. So we would not be seeing any of this. We wouldn't have done the Rescue Margie sequence, any of the stuff in Bledavik, in any percent. We wouldn't be seeing this scene right now. We wouldn't be and we would skip over everything we're about to do in Nissan. Even stuff that's like, you know, relevant to the story and is typically required in a casual playthrough. Just reminding myself that I should hydrate. I've been talking a bit. Gotta stay hydrated. I've got 2 full water bottles. Well, 2 that were full at the start of the run. And I may refill those as the run goes on and I have more time between bits of gameplay. But yes, we have brought Margie back to Nissan. Yay! Everything is good. We gotta go to the town hall. Over here, there's a cutscene. If you do this before you go to the cathedral. Bonus cutscene. I appreciate that they give us that little meeting, and then they foreshadow something that's gonna happen a lot later in the run. Welcome to Nissan Cathedral. Where, honestly, I believe that clearly these nuns are singing the music that we heard. And some of these nuns have very clearly changed voices. It is my belief that some of these nuns are trans. Not all of them, by any means, but at least some of them. Because they have a full SATB choir happening here. Is it ever stated explicitly? No. But I feel that there's evidence. There's enough evidence there. I'm not gonna assert that as canon or anything, but that's my headcanon. It doesn't matter. They're nuns. They all present female. Some of their voices have changed. But does it matter? No. They're just doing their job as nuns. And they have impressive tonal memory to just restart on a chord in the middle of the phrase. Clearly, Nissan is investing in their music education. It is faster here to go out of the staircase and back in. To reload it, so Margie just goes right to the top of the stairs. Oh goodness, the cathedral sequence is so long. Nissan is unfortunately very full of, for a speedrun perspective at least, very full of mandatory cutscenes. Which makes it wonderful that we get to skip it in any percent. But in cutscene percent, we get to experience the full glory of all of these scenes. I don't know. I'm not an expert on games of this time. I was not someone who played this game when it came out. I played it much later and was like, oh, this is a good game. I like it. I should speedrun this. But as someone who is... Yeah, there were... Yeah, there were a lot of pre-rendered backgrounds. I do know that. And this game, for the most part, doesn't. They have, like, pre-rendered maps, but a lot of this game is fully in-game rendering of the areas. It is important not to push Margie here, because if you push her, she stops. Unfortunately, this time we can't reload it. Yeah, as a person who was born in a year that starts with 2, I don't have a good memory of this because by the time I was old enough to play video games, the Nintendo Wii was out. I mean, this game I feel like did it pretty well in that they saved on memory by having all the characters be sprites instead of models, placed in a 3D environment. So they could devote more of the modeling to the environment and create an environment for those characters to exist in. And so we don't get a lot of close-ups on the characters because it's all sprite work. Yes, we'll go ask Agnes. It technically has a second disc. It would have been nicer if it was, well, nicer as a casual experience if the second disc was fully fleshed out. As a speed run, oh my goodness, no. We need the second disc short. We're gonna probably be finishing disc 1 somewhere between 14 and 15 hours into the run. And in an any percent run, disc 1 is still 10 hours. Excuse me? Game? Let's try this again. I didn't even do anything majorly glitchy. Okay, let's reload that. Will you let me out now? There we go. Okay. I was about to be not happy if that was a soft lock there. Because that's definitely never happened before. I've never seen that happen. But we're fine. We take out the parts because I feel like it's more thematic for cutscene percent that we take out all the parts. In any percent, it's straight to the final boss, and NMG goes straight to the final boss. It is faster to just go straight in, but for cutscene percent, I do take out the parts because I'm not gonna skip those 4 boss fights. I don't know. It feels like I should take them on. Me through. This is not a good camera angle for this. Shulk's not in this one. Shulk is in Xenoblade, which is how I found this game, but that's besides the point. Yes, it's long. Turns out there's a lot of cutscenes in Xenogears. Yeah. Lots of cutscenes, as it turns out, in a game that has a very convoluted story and is a, PS1 era JRPG. I appreciate that. We're 4 hours in. Just 17-ish more to go. I mean, if things don't go catastrophically wrong, I should be underestimate, but you're right. You're right. It's just 90s anime fever dream. Okay, we have to ask every single one of these questions. And I have to not ask any of them more than once. Because if I ask them more than once, it goes through the whole scene from that question. It goes through all the dialogue for that question again. So I can't just zone out. I gotta pay attention here and make sure I don't ask the question twice. I don't know that I have a favorite color. I had to choose purple, but... Who is that man? I'm getting distracted. I almost asked the second question again. Okay, time for the final question. And then after this one, we have to say, yes, I've got it, and not, no, let me ask one more time, because if I say, let me ask one more time, I have to then ask one of the questions again. So we're not done yet, and the no is the default option. I have to actually manually choose, yes, I've got it, so that we can move on. Wait, you're talking about Drive? I took 198 doses of that a few hours ago. Is Faye okay? Bart also took 99 doses of that. We might be in trouble. Like, they make such a big deal about taking one dose of it, and then it's an item that you can consume. And we just feed it to our characters like candy. I understand. I do not want to ask again. Okay, we did it. I made it through all the dialogue that I needed to think about. We've escaped from that without asking any of the questions twice. Oh my god, why did you stop me? Why do you stop me? I can't. Did not expect that you wouldn't let me move. Random NPC got me by just being like, "Oh, I'm important enough that you can't move while you talk to me." Hello, random woman who wants to be in on our conversation. There she goes. She's done. Bye. Bye, random woman. She just really wanted to walk right into Faye. Oh, she's back. There she is. Oh, she's coming back. She's interested again. Oh my goodness. Random Nissan woman. Oh, there she goes. She's just crossing the bridge very slowly. I am so distracted by this woman who's walking around in the background. She's behind the arch now, so we'll see if she comes back. Oh, there she is. She's walking down the path. She's leaving us alone. Good. Sorry, they're having like a serious conversation here. Okay. Nope, we don't want to go down the street. We want to go into this building. It's time to plan. You know, I appreciate that they put this level of detail into explaining like what they're about to do, even if you're not actually going to have to do it. or interact with it at all, but on a replay, not so interesting anymore. Hey, come on. Yes, we're all ready. Let's do this. Okay. Magnus? Please stop pushing Margie on Bart. Margie is still a child. And she's Bart's cousin. Please stop. I'm gonna talk to Mason real quick. We don't need to shop with you. I'm gonna go ahead and save because I haven't saved in many hours. Yeah, let's make sure that I don't have to redo anything. I'm not worried about what's coming next, but never hurts. I do appreciate this setting of the scene before this like operation that we're going to tomorrow, because we are kind of approaching the end of the first act of Disc 1. Not the first act. It's not like the game is 3 acts. It's like this will be the end of the first act if Disc 1 was a game, like, by itself, maybe? Dear Ramses. Ramses is such a disaster bisexual. He just is. He's a bi disaster, and I love it. But like, and Ramses' sexuality is more canon than the thing that I talked about earlier with the nuns. It is not in the game, but has been mentioned in interviews with creators that Ramses and Sigurd were a thing at one point. I believe it's Takahashi's wife, I want to say, mentioned, like, who did, like, some character work on this game. Said in an interview that Sigurd and Ramses were an item while they were in Solaris, and then broke up when, you know, when they left, when Sigurd left Solaris. And then we see Ramses with Miang later, so he's bisexual, I think. I'm pretty sure. I mean, and it's wonderful. Hi, Ellie. Oh, I have to play the game again. Love getting an encounter. Well, I need to, jump. Oh my goodness. Come on. Also, this dungeon, pretty solidly D tier. There is nothing interesting about this place. I forgot this, like, even was a sequence that happened. Not, like, the sequence as a whole, but, like, this particular, like, climb. Extremely forgettable. Like, the enemies aren't new. It's just, what's even the point? I mean, I get it. Like, we have to have some amount of gameplay before we get to our boss at the end of this dungeon, who is, like, actually somewhat memorable. Boy, do I love getting encounters when I need to be jumping. Really? They could have gone directly into the... I wouldn't have even minded, like, the Gebler 5 into Ellie. But, like, this dungeon is just, like... Why are we here? I don't think there's a point in going that way. Right. Yes, we have to jump across. Thank you for not giving me an encounter that sent me all the way back to the bottom. Okay. We've made it. That's all we had to do. It's like the outside room and then the inside room. And then we're in the boss fight. Like... We could have just gone into the 5. We need the Gebler 5. I call them the Gebler 5 even though they're... Oh yeah. You can fight the shop and then you can't heal anymore. Which is really obnoxious casually. It's like, don't do that. That's just dumb. Okay. We're gonna send all of the 5 packing pretty quickly. Like, I understand why they didn't want to have all 5 in one battle, because, like, that would be unfair casually, but, like, right now, let's just knock them all down before they get turns. Yep. Go away, Gebler 5. Now, the Ellie fight we are not going to do quickly because she has some, like, dialogue stuff that happens in her fight. And we have to get through all of that before we can finish the fight. We do have to do damage to her to end the fight, but we gotta make sure we get through all the dialogue. You can end this fight too early and skip it. We do not want to do that accidentally, because that would be skipping cutscenes. And it certainly wouldn't be a good look if I skipped the introduction of air rods. Especially as we'll be using them later in the run. Okay. Battle time. I need to not actually kill her. I think we need her to take 5 turns. That's 1. Yes, we're gonna get the introduction to the air rods. Animum ether response offensive drones. Come on. We got more cutscenes. I gotta show off all the cool camera work. And all of Ellie's dialogue here. I believe there's a little more. Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure there's more dialogue. And then we just gotta wear down the dialogues. Before we can attack. I think we're done. Nope. Okay. I think we're done now. I'm gonna make sure that we're valid by waiting for her to take one more turn. Oh no. Yep. Okay, we are done. We're good. And we end the fight in one kick. Yeah. If this fight is one where it would be very easy to cut the dialogue short by hitting her early, but I was not about to do that. We gotta see all the cool dialogue and all the cool camera angles that they've put into this fight. Yeah, it's interesting. Oh my goodness. Forgot about the flashing, I'm sorry. There are a couple times where the screen will flash more aggressively than that. I will try and give a heads up before those happen. The first one is still probably a couple hours away. It's worse than that. That was a little bit flashy, but not too bad. Yep, figured it out. I was getting an encounter, so I can't jump. This is how it works in this game. They have a lot of platforming things, but then also if you're about to get an encounter, you're not allowed to jump anymore, which is really fun. Just a quirk. Just a quirk of Xenogears. No, boo. Ugh. we're gonna get an extra encounter because of that. At least one extra encounter. I was worried about getting an encounter before that back. Like, I don't mind jumping up ledges. Like, whatever, it's a little delay if I get an encounter while I'm trying to jump up a ledge. Well, if I get an encounter while I'm trying to jump across, that's just rude. Especially with some of the platforms we have to jump across where there's no way you're gonna make it unless you're running full speed at it. And if you push the jump button and it doesn't work, you're not gonna have the reaction time to cancel running off, to can't stop yourself from running off the edge. There we go. Oh yeah, it's like there's a little bit more of this dungeon, but that's like it. There we go, we're done with the dungeon. Yeah. I mean, it's an awkward moment. Oh, hey, look, it's a flying crab here to save us. Yeah, it is. They really did just drop drive after this, and then, like, you start getting it as an item, and there's no real implication of the downside other than it is a temporary boost if you're using it casually, because if you use it early, it doesn't factor in that you've used a drive to get extra stats when it's determining what stats to give you on level up. So you get an advance on the stat, but as you level up, you're not gonna your stat will fall back to where it should be. Which like people complain about, but honestly, I feel like that's lore-wise makes sense for drive. It's not. I mean, it's permanent. Like you get that stat, but when you're leveling up, it doesn't factor in that you got that stat from drive. So it's better to not use them if you don't need them until you're at the maximum level you want to be. Because it essentially, the levels are all trying to conform you towards towards the stat growth. They're not guaranteed. And so if you're below where you're supposed to be, it'll increase the chance that you'll gain stuff in that stat. If you're above where you're supposed to be, you get less chance of getting that stat. And using a drive means that you now have less chance of getting that stat on future level ups. You don't lose the stat, but it's taking away from your future level ups. So it's usually not worth using them casually. I'm pretty sure. It could be. But I feel like it makes sense. It makes sense that that would be it. Especially with the way it works where it's taking away from your future level ups. Now when we pump 200 of them into a character, the level ups are never going to get paid to 200, so that's fine. Like, he's going to have that stat forever. He just will never get ether on a level up, but level ups can never take away your stats, so he's not going to, like, lose stats. But if you only have, like, one or two, if you only have, like, a small handful, it's not worth using them unless you really need them for your next fight, or for your next, like, sequence. You're better off in the long run saving them and using them later to get more of the stats from your natural levels, or natural level growth. I guess it's really a question of when do you feel like you want to be more ahead of the curve. Apparently that is the lesson they're teaching us, is that don't do anything in moderation. Either do it all, or either take a ridiculous number of drives, or do not do drive at all, because it's not worth doing a little bit. Yeah, level ups push you towards an average. Which is really helpful, actually, because it means that you're never going to get a bunch of really bad level ups. It's not perfect, you know. It's still somewhat random. I'm going the complete wrong way. Okay. We're super slow, unfortunately, because the desert breaks phase agility. So I don't mind running into these guys, because they're only one enemy. And we get a first strike. But the other guys, I do not want to touch. Our agility is set to 0 right now, which is really unfortunate. It means we get a first strike, but then it takes forever for our ATB to fill back up. Okay, we made it through. But it's also very useful for the NMG speedrun, because you can usually rely on being in a specific range for whatever level you're at. Because they're, you know, evened out a little bit. You're not going to get you're not going to have extreme lows or extreme highs. Okay. I believe this is the clear path. Dang it. Thought I was good. I went through that mine. I need to relearn these. Oh, this fight is also really bad because we're about to get beat up by the other guy. Not like, you know, I'm gonna lose health way, but in a... I'm just gonna sit here and take a beating from this guy way because I can't get my turn fast enough. And you can't run from these encounters. Okay. We're through. The damage I take from the field hazards in this case is not really relevant. Hey. We're almost done with the section we skip in any percent, and then I will remember things better, but... And we can just punch the Cafanzel cannon and it blows up. Listen, this is a run I do once a year. Like, I don't do this run that often. I don't need to remember how it goes. I have a notes document for that. I have a gigantic money-page notes document. But that I have up on the side that I'm scrolling through. And it's not like this is a super serious category. We're just here to get all the lore. Oh no. Okay. Dora's not very strong, actually. Okay. We can just pick Dora once, and then... It's cutscene time. also known as Groff, it's time for Groff to give power to a bald man. Yes. Oh yes, we needed the beeps. And oh my goodness, it's Sigurd and Ramses' breakup. And we get to hear the game over screen. It only took us 5 hours for the game over music. I do appreciate that they use the game over music in a cutscene so we'd get to hear it even though we're not going to game over, hopefully. Fingers crossed, please. I would like to not game over. I don't think we'll game over. It's unlikely. We have to get some pretty bad run RNG to game over. And I mean really bad. We're talking less than 1%. Like, less than 1% that we are stuck in the encounter long enough if we get that the dangerous any of the dangerous encounters. Which we may not. We may just not see them. I will be saving before we go to the area where those encounters are, though, because I have been scarred by them in the past. And this is a marathon. We're probably coming up in about an hour or so. Maybe a little more than an hour. Oh no. R.I.P. Maitreya, R.I.P. Ferrant, R.I.P. Vind. I don't know who any of these people are. I mean, Maitreya we heard a bit about, but I don't know who any of the other people are. Flashing light warning. Never mind. It's fine. Only a little flashy. Not a real flash. There are 2 times off the top of my head where it gets really bad flashy. And I know I can give you all a heads up on those. But 2 times over the course of... I mean, 21 hours? Pretty solid. I love that Bart is piloting the ship with a gear-sized steering wheel with his gear. Like, it's so impractical. Doesn't this feel like we're kind of at like the end of the like chapter of the game, you know? With all these cutscenes, it's like, okay, this is clearly like... If this was a game that was broken up into more discs, this might be like the end of... Maybe not the end of disc 1, but like... Maybe it's the end of the first act. Yes, this is the end of Act 1. There's just a lot of acts in this game. Yeah, I suppose the fight against Dominia would be like the end of Act 2. Yeah. Stone, end of Act 3, sure. I don't know, to me, the Goliath, getting the Goliath feels more like the end of Act 2, to me. But, I don't know. But yeah, stone is definitely the end of Act 3. Yeah. It's like, okay, we're leaving the area, we're gonna go to a new area of the world. And there, like, if there's a Groff fight in there, you know, maybe like the direct fight against Groff, I would say. Let's keep it thematic. That's fair. There's a Groff fight. End of Act 1 is the Dora fight. End of Act 2 is the Groff fight. End of Act 3 is the Stone fight, all of which of Groff. And then the end of Act 4 would be the Shakan fight. You see? It makes sense. Groff shows up at the end of every act. And then end of Act 5 is the end of Solaris, where Groff shows up one more time. It's perfect. There's 5 acts in Disc 1. Every single one ends where you fight Groff. Or someone that Groff powers up. Like, I do appreciate, like, Dominia is definitely feels like the end of an act, for sure. It definitely feels very climactic, I agree. But if you just move it a tiny bit later, the Groff fight is so perfect. Groff on the Goliath is so perfect for the end of the act. Yeah, Ramses is not doing well. And then Disc 2 exists. I don't know. The act structure falls apart in Disc 2. But I feel like there's 5 acts in Disc 1. And then Disc 2 is Act 6. I guess. All of it is just Act 6 because it's, well, short enough. I mean, we're 5 hours into this run right now. Disc 2 is going to take less than 5 hours. You could maybe subdivide Disc 2 a bit, based on when they, like, remind you to save. It exists. Am I saying that it's a game? No. I'm saying that Disc 2 exists. And it is part of the speedrun. Anyway, we're just gonna charge here because that saves us animation time and we have to lose this fight. Fortunately, losing this fight is easy. No, it's a visual novel. It's clearly a visual novel. None of the cutscenes are skippable. Without glitches. I could skip this with a glitch, but we'd have to have performed that like 2 hours ago. But any percent would skip over this whole sequence. Any percent skips the second half of Disc 1, or Act 1, sorry, the second half of Act 1. And it skips over most of Act 4. Actually, pretty much almost all of Act 4. Those are the parts of the game that we can skip. If you're using my 5-act structure for Disc 1, we can skip the second half of Act 1 and almost all of Act 4. Not quite all of Act 4, but almost all of Act 4. Which ironically cuts Shakan out from the any percent run entirely. He does not exist in any percent. Because the only times he shows up are Act 1, the second half of Act 1, and Act 4. And the end of Act 4. Yeah, any percent just cuts Shakan out of the plot. Completely. He never appears on screen. His name appears, but he never appears himself on screen in the any percent run. Because we skip straight from the pirate bait hideout to this cutscene coming up. I'm going to save here just because it's been a little bit. And we better about saving this run, even though saving takes time. But yeah, any percent, we skip right from the pirate hideout to this cutscene right here. So it is in the, at least any percent US. The JP version is even faster than the US version because of extra glitches, not just language stuff. But the US route, we'd be hitting this cutscene right around the 2.5 hour mark. So, you know, we save a good 2.5 hours on Act 1. And then cutting out all of Act 4 is another huge time save. Now, the acts are... I am not the world record holder by any means. Yeah, no, my PB is not, in any percent, is not that good. I haven't even broken 14 hours yet, in any percent. I'm down to like 1404 or something, a high 1404, but the record is something like 1330 something for any percent. This category does not have a leaderboard because it's a category I made up for lots of lore specifically. because cutscene definitions are messy. And when I had to choose what counted as a thing I had to do, it was, okay, let me holistically approach this as to what interactions are cutscenes versus just talking to a character. Because it's not consistent. And I tried to use my best judgment as to what counted. But really the main point of this category was to be like, let's have a glitched category that doesn't skip over half the, like, a huge chunk of the plot in, like, any percent does. Because the alternative is any percent NMG, which is no glitches, or no major glitches, which means we can't get all the super powerful stuff, and it's a whole bunch of keeping track of menus and everything, and I've run NMG. I don't like running NMG. NMG is you mess up one menu, one of the many menus throughout the run. It's just, well, rip run. And like, sure, they're not particularly hard menus, but I would absolutely mess up one of them, even with notes. Also, I think this is the first time we see the uvula ship. And I am going to call it the uvula ship because that's what it looks like. Definitely not anything else. Okay. we're getting ready to start Act 2, which is Nortune, which I hate. Ugh. I mean, I don't hate it. Just... Act 2 is a real low point in the game. In my opinion. Act 3, Act 4, wonderful. Act 2, Act 5 is a little bit rushed, but it's fine. Act 1 is great. Act 2 is just... why? We are stuck inside one town for most of the act. It does not have good music. Like, the town doesn't. They use the infiltration theme from sneaking into Fatima Castle as just the town music for the town that we're going to be stuck in for an entire act of the game. Like, it's interesting conceptually, but I don't enjoy it. Though honestly, a lot of that is just because of speedrunning it and having to replay it so many times. Oh yeah, Rico, the character that is bugged so that he's just bad. For some reason, they set his level 1 stats to be where his stat growth is at level 10. And then his stat growth grows from there. So he starts with his level 1 stats at level 10 and gains experience and grows from there. And it's not good. He's supposed to be slow, but like a heavy hitter, heavy defense kind of guy, and he's just not. He just doesn't hit as hard as Faye or Satan. And they're much faster than he is, so he really is underwhelming. Especially in a game where speed is so important. He's... characterization-wise, fine, whatever. He's fine, but gameplay-wise, he's unfortunately one of the weakest characters in the game. Yeah. He has the style points, but as far as specing him for battle goes, the only use for him in the speedrun is when he's required in your party, or as a character that will specifically not take as many turns so that you don't have to parry through him as much. Like, we can use him to do damage when he first joins the party, and after that, he only exists to be a slower character than Bart. So he won't take as many turns as Bart. Anyway, we have to fight through all this because we have to get all the cutscenes to happen. And also we have 999 hit points it would take a while to lose. So Suzarn is supposed to take away all your MP. Unfortunately, we outspeed Suzarn, and we also one-shot Suzarn. For all your EP. Suzarn has an attack that drains your EP pretty aggressively. So because we just one-shotted her, we don't have to deal with that, and we'll have access to ethers for the final fight here. Which you're not supposed to. And you're not really supposed to deal with Rico with ethers. But we're gonna go ahead and beat up Rico because we can. He will get a turn. He has 9,999 hit points. But we can beat him. Unfortunately for Rico, he is not very good at ether defense. And we're pretty good at ether attack. Oh no, not steel body. Not your physical defense. However, will I get around you having more physical defense? Oh, wait. And he falls over. And then we weren't supposed to win, so the cutscene says we lost. I don't know how that happened. I was standing up. Rico fell over. I don't know how we swapped places there, but it is technically possible to beat Rico without doing kernel menu stuff, but I believe you need to be like in the upper 60s level-wise to do it. And that's a lot of grinding. That's the route, the level you sort of naturally get to at the end of the game. So, yeah. Also, I'm pretty sure the battle music isn't supposed to keep going here, but it does. I don't know. Okay, let's get these scenes done as quickly as we can. Oh right, this is the other reason I don't like this area. This is the introduction of Hammer. I don't like Hammer as a character. I just don't like him. I understand his characterization and why his arc does what it does, but I don't like him. His mad skills moment is cool. I don't hate that. I like that. But I don't like how much he talks before then without saying anything important. And some of his stuff later in Disc 1, Disc 2 is just... I don't enjoy it. And it's not that he, like, it's not his actual story arc, like I don't mind him having his corruption arc, but like the characterization of it I don't enjoy. Anyway, one of the things that is happening here is there's not a lot of extra cutscenes. All we're doing right now is running back and forth between cutscenes that, like, are required. In Act 2, they kind of ran out of budget for extra little scenes. Oh yeah, he also has to spell out his whole name, Hammer the Supplier. Like, please don't. Call yourself Hammer. You don't need that many characters. Like, characters with long names are automatically just on my annoying list. And like, committee member Rue, we don't have to talk to that much, so she's okay. But Hammer the Supplier takes forever, and we have to talk to him so much during this Nortune section, and I already don't like this Nortune section. The gameplay is not my cup of tea. I mean, I don't... This is just also me not enjoying the battling minigame. I signed up to play an RPG, not to play a fighting game that you put into your RPG. Like, I appreciate that it exists, and I don't hate that it exists as a minigame, but I should not be required to play to get good at a fighting game to beat your RPG. This is my take. Also, don't love Faye's like, wait a minute, Hammer, weren't you just over there? And Hammer's like, don't stop asking me questions. I'm like, Like, I get Satan does it. I don't love it there either. But Satan has, like... Satan is a complicated character who, like, gets the development that he needs to, like, make that a little bit more excusable. Hammer is, Hammer. And it's just annoying. I feel like that's the best summary of Hammer. He's annoying. Until he becomes a serious character, and then he's not annoying anymore. Okay. Hi, Stan. We have a lot of talking here in Nortune with this music. We're gonna think it through so I can save, because I don't want to have to deal with this again. We gotta do it now. We're gonna do it. It's the game over music again. Just kidding. Not a game over. Hammer, I beat him. Hi, Hammer. Anyway, we made it through that cutscene. Now it's time to be introduced to the most annoying characters in the game. Somehow passing Hammer. Their official name is the Gazelle Ministry, but I just call them the worst Discord server because they only exist on the computer, and they're real annoying. They just talk and talk and don't do anything of consequence except the moment they do one thing of consequence in Disc 2 and then they die. And we all celebrate because they're dead. Act 2 is a rough act. We got the introduction of Hammer, the introduction of these guys, one being stuck in one town with bad music, as opposed to Act 1 where we got to adventure a bit. There's a whole bunch of not so great stuff happening in Act 2. Like, who actually likes the Gazelle Ministry? Just talk, talk, talk. Oh my god, stop talking to me. I want to leave the door. I want to go through the door. Thank you. So the bomb color obviously is not coded into the game. What they do is they have guards stationed around Nortune at the start, and these two guards that keep you locked in here also work the other way, so if you are, for some reason, outside of the area you're supposed to be in, you can't get back in. This is relevant for the glitch that we use in any percent. But if we sneak our way into over to Nortune early, we can't get into D block or the battling arena, but we can get into the palace and the A block area and stuff. Oh yeah, anyway, I hope you like Infiltration and the regular battle music, because that's all we're getting for a while. We're not gonna have much of anything else. Okay. We've almost made it to the point where we can do some battling. Okay, let's try and skip the battling menu, because I don't need to watch the whole battling menu, or battle tutorial. I don't need to do all the tutorial stuff. We want to begin battle. Skip everything else. No tutorial for me. Our strategy here is to overheat ourselves by just spamming the ether gun. You don't really want to do that usually, but that does a bunch of damage to us really quickly, and this fight ends when either gear gets to low health. That cutscene happens. Either you or your opponent, so we're just going to spam. And just try and get our health down super quickly. But we can finish that. So our gear got booby trapped, and we're now lying in bed. Not doing so well. And now we go back to the arena. Due to sudden mechanical trouble, our competitors that we were supposed to face yesterday have all dropped out, which means we can go on to day 2 of the tournament. Okay, so we're gonna enter day 2. Well, definitely mechanical trouble. It's not that they both got murdered overnight. And now we have to actually try. Okay, we win. Hooray. I don't want to win too well because we get a longer text box. These cutscenes, or these text boxes, don't really count. Like, I don't have to get all of the different text boxes. It's just... There's 3 different text boxes, one for you win, but with a medium amount of health, one for you win with a lot of a health, and one for you win barely. 3 different winning text boxes, I should say. There was losing text boxes too, but we're not going to worry about losing. Titan's fun because you can kind of infinite combo him. There we go. We are done with day 2. Hooray. We get money. The money does not matter. And now we leave. No. I hate that the camera gets turned literally like the opposite way that it is on the like city map. No, more like we have literally maxed out our wallet. Which is not a thing that's, like, supposed to be a thing in this game, but we have. So, in fact, Faye is, like, literally the richest person in the world. Yeah, W Shaver, more like L Shaver. That did not win. And thank you for all the text boxes. Last bout for day 3. Let's do it. I didn't even remember that that was the text in the text box. Okay. Yeah, day 2 and 3 are not very hard. Day 4 is a little tricky, and day 5 is the championship, which is actually kind of hard. But day 2 and 3 of battling are not hard. Day 1 is a fake day. Musha's kind of annoying sometimes, but not really. Oh no. I think I ended that with too much health. We're gonna get the big text box for being super strong. Nope, okay, we didn't. We took enough damage. Good. Excuse me. Goodness gracious. I will try and stop sneezing. I don't know what's happening. Anyway, we go back to bed now. We are done with day 3. Great. Now we get to take a break from battling for a bit to do something else. Because, you know, it's good to take a break from battling every now and then. Yes, Faye, did you forget that your gear exploded and you were passed out for a day? Also, Zatanna's bad at his job that he took. Okay. There are going to be extra cutscenes in this next dungeon that we do have to make sure we hit. Okay, we're on our way. So what we have to do here is we have to get to all of the murder sites before we do the boss. So we can do a cutscene. We can get all the cutscenes for them. Which means, instead of just running straight through and doing only the things we have to do to finish this dungeon, we have to go to a bunch of extra places here. In this dungeon that's already kind of a maze. There's only the one that we need to hit on that screen. We should be able to run from things between Satan and Faye being very fast. Or they're both being very fast, I should say. Jump down the ladder here. These sewers are not very exciting, say, as a dungeon. Like, overall, pretty weak dungeon. But memorable because it's annoying. We get good dungeons later. I love how we have to examine it again to get those keys. These enemies are not the scary ones. So far we're good on that. I did not save before coming in here, but we saved kind of recently, so we should be okay. Yep, we gotta go all the way back. That's okay. These 3 damage hits do add up, but it's not gonna be significant for our non-Rico characters. Come on. We do need to go down this way. Get this cutscene. This ladder is a little broken. You have to jump off the top of it. Okay. Almost at murder site 3. We got 5 murder sites to visit in here. Only the first one is really required for the story. You could skip all the others, but we're going to visit all 5. This is number 3. Yep, we got to talk about it. All these cutscenes that we're getting. Bonus content, the bonus sewers content. Yep. I'm just making sure I'm not skipping anything. Okay, yep. I see. I'm just making sure I know where we're going. Get all the cutscenes, because I wouldn't want to miss a cutscene. We're taking lots of damage, but that's okay. This ladder's broken too, really? This is a cutscene. These are not the scary enemies, we're fine. Oh, sewers. How I dislike you. I jumped right into that. But here's number 4. This is supposed to be number 2, but it's faster to do it as number 4. Because this is the connected to the very first area of the sewers. And we can just go back through the door now. The door is, you have to open from the other side first. Why it's not the way we got into this area, but Yeah. Since we have to open that door with the cutscene anyway, we may as well go ahead and get that murder site by going through the door rather than trying to navigate it to it as our second murder site. Hey, Gramps. Thank you. Fast murder site. Right here. Another cutscene. Thank you for the cutscene. Okay, we're almost done. We have done all 5 of the murder sites. Now we can actually finish the dungeon. Means we're gonna go examine this door. We gotta open this box that's straight across from us. We need the bell amulet. We're in the middle of activating a cutscene and the battle happens. Oh, and this is the scary one. This is the encounter I'm scared of. Run away. Frick. Get out of there. That's why we're scared of it, because they can inflict confusion. And if everyone gets confused, we are in a bad place. Okay, we're close enough. Let's do this menu. We gotta do a menu here. You need a mind guard. You need a mind guard. You need a mind guard. Okay, Rico. Oh yeah, no, this is, if we get confused, it's a bad time. Okay. Red room time. We equipped Mind Guards because Red Room starts by using confusion on up to one or two people. So we make sure no one can be confused, and then we're gonna haste Fae with a Speed Star. That's why we got those. Defend once and use one guided shot. Red Room should get a turn before Fae's next turn. Good. That's fine. Rico can die. That doesn't matter. Now we need to guided shot you twice before you get another turn. Oh! Oh! We had high rolls. We high rolled both of those guided shots. If we had not... So my strategy there is designed around being able to do 3 before he gets his second turn. But we high rolled both of those guided shots because he has 4,200 hit points or something in that range. And each of those did about 2,100 damage. You can't rely on that. So I plan around doing 3. But that was very good. That was the best outcome. I mean, Rico dying literally does not matter. It does not affect anything else that we're doing, because we're never using Rico again. So I don't have to worry about the experience. If anything, it's actually going to be a little extra experience on Faye and on everyone else. That's technically a good thing, because my experience was only split 2 ways instead of 3. And then that is the number that got used for everyone else in the Shadow Party who gets reduced experience. So, you know. Not having Rico alive there, actually good. Oh, sorry, I was muted. I muted because I needed to sneeze and then forgot to unmute. Silly me. I'm back. We're doing battling. Yeah, it's like really not, it's like we're in this whole little side plot that's not really relevant to anything else, and then hey, surprise, we're gonna drop a giant bomb on you, on the city. Oh my gosh, Hatamoto, leave me alone. Jesus. Wow, Hatamoto is being a jerk. Okay, but we win, so we don't have to do Hatamoto again. Let's do number 2. It should be Firewheel, I believe. And then Silver Star for number 3. Firewheel's not too bad. Silver Star, I remember being obnoxious. Yeah, Firewheel is Firewheel. Not pleasant, but, you know. Okay, Firewheel, give me a frickin' chance. Okay. You deserve this. You deserved that. Firewheel's actually pissing me off now. Yeah, Firewheel is seriously pissing me off. Gosh! I hate you, Firewheel. Firewheel, you need to die. But I can't be too aggressive. I don't think I've ever had to go to round 3 on Firewheel before. This is real bad. Sometimes the AI just chooses violence. And then I win with no damage. On the next round. Like, the AI on these is so inconsistent. So now we get to the extra text box. The AI on that, like the battling AI is super inconsistent, whether it decides to be aggressive or not. Which is the real thing that I don't love about it. Oh yeah. No, we're just gonna win Firewheel without taking a single hit. It's fine. Now we're up to Silver Star. Silver Star is... I haven't had that many issues with Silver Star the last couple times I fought him. Silver Star should be fine. No. I am not doing damageless percent. Ever. Even if it's just battling damage, no. Hi, Silver Star. Why do I have memories of you being annoying? I'm trying to remember. Okay, you're a little bit obnoxious. I mean, Firewheel is the only opponent that has taken has taken a bout off of me so far. Silver Star didn't. The irony of it is, even though Firewheel went to round 3, because I did round 3 damageless, I still got the better bonus. I got a higher bonus for beating Firewheel because I did it damageless. In the last round. Only the damage you take in the last round matters for the text box. And for your bonus. Okay. Anyway. We're done with day 4. All that's left is the final battle against battling against Rico, and then we don't have to do any more battling in the run. I mean, I don't, because the text box is longer, and I don't need the money. I literally cannot hold any more money. We don't need to save. Okay. Casually, it's a positive. In the speed run, it's a negative. Casually, you want to do it as little damage as possible because you get more money, which means you can afford more stuff more easily. In the speed run, you want to be middle of the road. You want to take some damage, but not be low on health either, because the medium is the fastest text box. Because they have to do extra comment. They just say, not a bad battle. Whereas if it's like strong, they'll say something like, oh my goodness, you're so strong. What a great battle. Or if it's like close, they say, ooh, goodness, that was a rough one, but you barely squeaked it out. And then they do the rest of the text boxes, and it's like, okay, not a bad battle is the fastest of those three things. So that's what ideally I would get every time for the speed run. The NMG route is built to routes its money around getting not a bad battle for everyone. If you do take too much damage on one of them, you have to make it up. It's a double time loss because you have to make it up by doing really well on another one. Or getting backup money. Anyway, time to fight Wise Man. I have guided shot. Boom. Battle's over. Why would I lose this fight when I can just win it with guided shot? No, it worked out pretty well, Wise Man. You died to guided shot. If only I could actually if only my ether cannon was based on my ether stat, then I could just guided shot and one-shot everything. But no, nothing in the battling system is built off of my actual stats that I put into my gear, and so I have to do it legit. Anyway, Wise Man's gonna give us a little bit of a lore dump, which is cool. Thanks, Wise Man. Hi, wise man. Thanks for your not super helpful advice. Hey. Let's go do the final battle. And by that I mean the final time we have to do the battling. Not the final actual battle of this game. I know, it's confusing. Why did they call this battling? Yes, let's do it. Let's get our battling done, so that I don't have to do it ever again in this run. %, also has to do a bunch of battling. I don't want to do that. So that's why I do all cutscenes. Oh right, you're being annoying. You're ending. Oh, come on. Fire. No. Stop it. Okay, one down. We need 3 wins. There we go. 2 wins. Round 3. Come on. Hate Styre. Styre is just like overspec'd so that... Whew, okay, we did it. No more Styre. No more battling. Done. We don't need to worry about our health here because we get special dialogue after this that's not related to the battling. So we're okay. Now we get to go back to playing like the actual RPG that we were playing and not a fighting game. Yeah, the story of this is surprised we got out of jail. Now Gebler is about to nuke the town we're in. Goodbye, Rue. I don't think we ever see you again. Yes, we need to go grab our gear. Right, yes, we have to talk about how we're the champ. I don't know what I got stuck on there. Yeah, there's nothing. There's no other cutscenes in the central district here. We can just head right to the Kaiser's room. This weird elevator goes sideways for part of it. Don't know why it does that. And now we get to talk to Sigmund. Hooray! Oh, hi, Rico. Okay. Flashing lights warning coming up. And it is now safe to look again. Making sure I don't miss anything here. Yep. Not missing anything. Yes, that's the lore. Rika was the Kaiser's wife at one point. Definitely. And we're gonna leave. Because there's nothing else to do here. And we get, this will take us straight to the administrative district. Yep, it was the Wildcat. Except we don't actually have to find the Wildcat because as soon as we get here, Hammer shows up. It's very convenient. Like, they make a huge deal about having to go to the Wildcat to meet up with him, and it's just, like, you don't have to. You never have to go to the Wildcat. Okay, Hammer, you're being useful. Thank you. Okay, now we go down the chimney. And out of the bathroom. And talk to this woman. It's the doctor from D-Block. I love this. He's just like yells at the town for not doing his job. But the doctor's gonna be our like friend, which is cool. I want to know who designed a house that there's an open chimney over the toilet that's large enough for a person to fall down, and there's a staircase onto the roof overlooking the chimney. that is accessible from the outside. Who was responsible for this design? Because this seems like a major design flaw in this woman's house. Yes, I'm going to put a massive chimney over the bathroom. Just an open air bathroom that opens up to the sky. It definitely makes sense. Like, forget people jumping in. What happens if it rains? I mean, it's the only house that's like that we know of in Nortunes, so it could very well be custom made that way. Anyway, we're getting some sense of urgency added, which is not that the city's about to get nuked, but that Rico's about to get executed, and we need to stop that for some reason. Mostly because these battlers want us to, and we're cool people, so we'll help them out. And they're explaining the political situation, and he is really the victim here, but. Okay, hi Hammer. Don't you love it when everything just works out super conveniently? And they give us a little bit of money, which, like, battlers, you don't need to give us 2,000 gold. I am a multi-billionaire. I don't need 2,000 gold. Like, that feels like a lot of money for you, and not a lot of money for me. No. There's a chance I messed up the platforming here, so we're gonna save. Eh. And we make it on the train. Uh-oh. We don't have to jump this one, but we do have to jump the next one. Okay. We're up on the front. We did it. Train is done. Now, in the dungeon, we have to examine the door. Yep. We get a little cutscene here for, you know, walking around and checking the doors. One of them selects, the other one triggers this scene. And then we're gonna hop up to the top of the dungeon. Hmm. Yep, we want to take a peek here. This is the only grate we have to peek through. But it shows us an actual cutscene here. The first time we peek through it. Wonderful. Okay, we get the master key, and then Satan is going to talk about this frame HP 30 that we're going to put in our inventory. I don't actually care about it, but it's an item, I guess. It's a big deal because it's supposed to be the first time you can heal in your gears. Ugh. Right, okay. There is one more cutscene that we get on the way through here. Okay. This room. I'm gonna grab the mini gear. Super ultra great delicious excellent dynamite bomber specialty X beautiful wonderful ultimate rare. I can't read that. Yep, we're stealing from you. I know. This fight is actually kind of spooky. We're using a speed star here so that we can get through it fast because we don't have an AoE. I can one-shot each of them, but I don't have an AoE. So our goal is to wipe them out very quick. Or as quick as is to knock as many down as we can, as fast as we can. We should be able to take 2 hits from them, but they do a lot of damage. That's with defending. They did over 200 damage to Satan, and he was defending. Boom. Goodbye. Okay. And get our well tall. And straight up to the arena. That fight is not that bad casually, because casually you're wearing armor, and the armor gives you a lot of defense. We are not wearing any armor. We sacrificed all of our armor to give us speed. And they don't have that much health. They have, like... Casually, you'd use, like, a death blow on them and they die. They're not really bad. You can still one-shot them casually. And with the armor that you should have, they will not do nearly that much damage. They might still hurt. They might, you know, with that whole combo might still take off 100 hit points. Not 100. That whole combo would probably still take off like 50 hit points when it lands. But you have healing available to you. Both Faye and Satan have healing ethers. It's not a terrible, terrible fight, but like, and you can still one-shot them casually, yeah. If you've been keeping up on your death blows and stuff. But yeah, we are purely built for offense, and and we have no defense, just HP. So everything looks like it hurts a lot. Is that like that fight's still challenging, but it's not like it's not as impossible as it looks like it would be. Because 2 of those guys is a random encounter in that area. Or 3 of those guys is a random encounter. And it's not the most pleasant random encounter, but you should be fine, actually. As long as you're like keeping your armor up to date. The Xenogears is interesting in that there's no like specified armor slots. Like you are allowed to equip one piece of like main body armor at a time. And it classifies them as main body armor, and then you can equip 1 hat at a time, and everything else is just a miscellaneous accessory. And you have 3 total equipment slots. So you can choose to not equip an armor and instead equip an extra accessory, or not equip a hat and instead equip an extra accessory. And what we've done is we just equipped 3 accessories because we like the accessories better than the armor, than the defense and armor or a hat would give us. We don't need defense. For most things in this run, it just doesn't make sense because we're so much faster than everything, and we have so many hit points. And we do so much damage. Yeah. But casually, you should have armor. At least. Maybe not a hat. You don't need to have a hat, but armor for sure, casually. And you should keep that armor slot up to date. At every shop, at basically every shop. But yeah, the defense boost from armor is very, very significant, and I think if you were able to equip multiple pieces of armor, it would just like negate damage, which is why it's not allowed. Well, rip D block. That was D block that just got destroyed. By a D block. I mean, honestly, we're not even set up that well because we still have the mind guards equipped from the Red Room fight. But that's because it's just not really worth taking them off for a while. Because that encounter fight that we did was the only fight that we do on foot for quite a while. And there's bat rats in the dungeon. The nasty confusion enemies are in the dungeon as well, so... Or in that dungeon we just did, so... I'm perfectly happy to leave the mind guards on just so I don't have to think about that dungeon run. If I run into them, I'm safe. Okay. I think I'm gonna need some lunch. Trying to decide when I want to do it. When I want to have lunch. There's plenty of cutscenes where I can do it. I think I want to do it after... Yeah. After... At the end of our Act 2, I think is when I'll go get some food. That's not snacks. I've been snacking a little bit throughout, but I need some real food. You all will get to see the game keep going because it doesn't need me for the cutscenes. So I shouldn't lose time to it. Anyway, welcome to... It's the Gebler 5 Gauntlet again. They're still not hard. Gotta use medium attacks on some of them, but just to make sure that we don't get damage rolled. Here, but we should be fine. Anyway, Rico's arrived. He's going to be useless. He will not get a turn. He is too slow. Faya's going to do all the work, and Rico's going to steal some of the experience and split it, which means that we get less experience. Thanks, Rico. Oh, we gotta deal with Ellie. Ellie, in case you haven't noticed, we can do so much damage. We'll be fine. They are nice enough to give you a save here. I'm not going to take it. They're nice enough to give you a save. Time to do the Hecht Bite. Anyway, we're gonna use a single heavy attack, and boom, we defeated Dominia. We just one-shotted her. Great. Rico once again did nothing, but he gets experience in the fight anyway. Well, we're about to finally leave Nortune. We've been here for, I think, about 2.5 hours, so I'm ready to get out of this town. Also, Ellie joined the party, but Ellie's gonna be kind of useless for a little bit. We'll make her useful later, but for now, we don't need to power her up. Also, I should say Bart's utility was entirely for the Fatima Castle infiltration the first time. We're not going to be using Bart to attack, like, ever again. We fed him 99 strength drives just for the Ramses fights. There. And now we're done with him. Like, he's going to come back, but we're basically done with him. He'll do a couple things, but none of it is based on his strength stat. I love this little scene because the two of the guards are just like, we know that our lives are more valuable than this. We're not going to worry about it. And the other guy's like, I need to make sure that we enforce this. They're like, well, I guess now we have to. Hi, Rico. Rico's going to join our party too. Rico is not useful anymore. He's just going to be an extra option for us. And he's going to show up and be present for the plot, I guess. That's cool, Rico. Mm-hmm. Goodbye, Nortune. Oh, yeah. Well, Billy is not an extra. Billy is not an extra in the speedrun. Billy is so good. Billy's actually really good. I'd argue he's the best party member. Once he shows up. Takes a while to get here, but oh my goodness, he's good. Okay, there's no extra cutscenes in the Goliath factory. We're just going. Just double checking. Goliath factory, I will say, is probably the best dungeon we have in Act 2, which is not saying a lot because the other dungeons it has to compete with are the sewers and the gear hangar, neither of which are particularly interesting. These are scripted encounters, so we do have to slog through them. But honestly, I don't mind the scripted encounters. Yeah, I mean, especially Disc 2, Billy gets to shine a lot. And even Maria gets to shine a bit in this run. In Disc 2. Like, Satan gets benched. And Bart has been benched. Pretty much, for the rest of the run. He's gonna show up in a couple things. But he's largely benched for the rest of the run. But this run's mostly going to be the Faye, Satan, Ellie, and Billy show. Once Billy gets here, plus a little bit of Maria. Unfortunately, no one else is. Rico's just bad. Bart's not good enough to want to use in the late game, or after his arc here. Emeralda joins too late to bother with, basically, as a character. And Choo Choo is, Choo Choo. No. She's just as slow as Rico. So she's just kind of out of the question, unfortunately. No, no, I did not want to charge. I'm going to run. Okay. Rest of the way through this dungeon. I mean, the beginning of the dungeon's a lot of forced fights, and then we get a bunch of conveyor belt puzzles after we get through the forced fights. There's only one more forced fight, and then we're at Conveyor Belt City. There we go. There's the water abilities for those two. Satan and Ellie going through this teaches Satan the elemental resistance weakness abilities, and Ellie's getting her AoEs. They're very useful. Well, not all of them are useful. Some of them are useful. Mostly, Satan's Fusei, which gives weakness to lightning, and then Ellie's Thermo Dragon, just because it's the fastest animation. Fusei because Anemo Bolt is the fastest animation of her single target. And that's the one that's useful. Ellie actually managed to get a turn here and do something. Thanks, Ellie. And now we are done with forced encounters. It's all conveyor belts. Come on, really? Okay. We gotta reverse the direction of this conveyor belt so we can go through the other way. Then reverse the direction of this conveyor belt so we can keep going. We're just turning all the conveyor belts around because that's, what you do. Take this one out. Now that we hit the button, take this conveyor belt this way. It's just Conveyor Belt City here. And last little conveyor belt sequence. And that's the dungeon. We have a boss fight at the end of it, and then we're good. Act 2, kind of meh. Goliath Factory's not bad, but the other two dungeons in Act 2 were pretty bleh, to say. I mean, Red Room's fine. This fight is a thing that exists. Goodbye. We destroyed physics. And into the Goliath we go. Here we are. Mm-hmm. Talk to. Yeah, let's go. He has style, but he's unfortunately for the speedrun, Ether is the best at, and Bart does not have good ethers. Woo! We got our airship! Hooray! We've come so far. And now it's boss fight time. It's an easy boss fight. Especially since our gears are so powerful. The thing about Graf is that you can't use gear death blows on him. So he's like supposedly scary, but our regular attacks do huge bonus damage. So a single triangle attack is 8,000 damage and we're done. And there we go. Goodbye, Graf. And goodbye, Graf's gear. Tan doing his best Bahamut impression from Final Fantasy IV. Counting down from 5 and then activating a Mega Flare. Okay. I am going to go get some food. I will be right back. Okay, I have returned with food. I figure we're about a third, we're a little over a third of the way through the run. I should probably eat something. And then I'll have another meal at the end of disc 1. But we're probably about halfway through the disc. Typically, no matter what the category is, which is kind of weird, I don't know. They're saying things like, oh, they have a big ship. We can't believe they built a big ship. The big ship got blown up. And now the worst Discord server is going to talk a bit more. But we almost got an airship, and now we don't have one anymore. Honestly, the lore of this game is not, like, the game is not very good at explaining itself all the time. They'll just use technical terms without explaining what they are. And you kind of just have to infer what they mean. Okay. We're about to start playing again. Wow, I got to do so much gameplay. I really do feel like that's the end of the chapter or act is the crash. And now we're starting Act 3. Yeah, no, it is a lot of expositing on things that we are not supposed to understand yet. They do that a lot in this game. Come on. Uh-oh. We gotta go in here first. Talk to Mason. Thank you, Mason. Heck yeah, time for the Men of the Sea. Brain and Abel. I love it. I mean, Cain and Abel are already characters in this game, but not a whole lot of extra cutscenes here, but we're just gonna push through the main story. We get to start with so many cutscenes on the Thames. But the Thames is better than Nortune. I like the music better. And it's a little more, like, whimsical and fun. Okay. Yep, we're gonna go try and help. I don't need to buy equipment. Good. Hey, and into work gears we go. Ellie's not going to be super useful here, but Faye will be. Yay, we've reunited. And so our job here is to hold back the High Shao until we have depth charges prepped. Apparently, Sigurd is going to get the depth charges ready real quick, because we're going to one-shot this spot's HP. And then the depth charges will be ready. This fight. Not actually a problem because we're so overpowered. Hooray. Oh, High Shao. Goodbye, High Shao. Sigurd is ready for the depth charges. This is a cool new ETH special ability for Bart. Unfortunately, we're never going to use it again. I think NMG makes use of it, like, once after this fight. You know, where it's introduced. For our purposes, Bart is just not useful enough to have him in the party to do it. And now, instead of just being on the Thames, we have the Thames and the Yggdrasil combined. Hooray! Oh, okay. Come on. My goodness, they talk for a while. Okay. Yeah, we've lost Ellie. We've gained Bart, Stan, and Rico is here, but he's not in our party, and that's fine by me. Hello, Margie. We haven't seen you since Act 1, and now it's Act 3. Meanwhile, in the salamander, yeah. And Ellie is leaving, apparently. Okay, I'll take it. Yay, Ellie's back. Okay. And all the way back down we go. This section of the game is not particularly exciting story-wise. We're just kind of running from point to point. Oh dear. That doesn't look good. Yeah, that does not look good at all. Okay. We're gonna get this full update here. Yeah, the beginning of the Octavia region is pretty slow. But we'll get through it. And then Akivi picks up and gets exciting. We do have our more beeping coming up, which is good because I'm starting to feel a little bit tired, so it's about time we have more beeping. We got a little bit before the beeping, but not that much. Probably in about half an hour, we're gonna get more beeping. But when the next time we have a dungeon is where we get more beeping. But we've got to get to that dungeon. Means lots of cutscenes. We've got to go through 2 quick boss fights that we're about to do, and then more cutscenes. Yeah, we got to do 2 quick boss fights, a whole lot of cutscenes. Okay. In this scene, we got to fix that. There we go. Just gonna fix Faye's gear up so he's got the speedring S back on and we don't have to think about the... We don't have to use the Mind Guard anymore because we're done with the Mind Guard. It's not useful in Akiri, so... It's about time we swap back. We'll swap Satan back a little later, but for now, we may as well swap Faye back to his proper setup. At least we still haven't bothered setting up because we don't need to yet. Bart we never need to set up again. Faye is really the only one we need right now. At least through these 2 fights. Faye, don't you dare miss. Good. That's 1. There's Blade Gash down. Then we have the High Shao. Another battle. Hi, Ramses and Miang. Now, Faye sometimes glitches out here, which he has, clearly. The agility does not like to work underwater. If my other party members die, it does not matter. I'd rather Ellie survive. Looks like Bart's dead. That's not a big deal. Faye is going to use 1 single strong attack and end the fight. Yeah, I don't mind Bart dying here, he doesn't need experience. Ellie, I would like to actually get experience, so her dying would be unfortunate, but it wouldn't be the end of the world either. Hey, it's Aerods! They're back! So basically the reason we're doing our menu pretty soon is because we just lost Faye. And, but the thing is we can, like, the first time they take Faye away from you, like, other than that little, like, sequence part, they give us the replacement who is amazing, and that's Billy. But we're going to be doing a menu to get Billy and Ellie set up, basically, for the rest of the game. In the next dungeon, but we got to get there. We got a little bit of extra scenes, extra cutscenes to get there. In the meantime, Satan will keep us alive with his ridiculous gear that can't take damage. And down to the deck we go. Oh god, that cutscene. I forgot about that cutscene at the orphanage. Okay. Do have to do that. Hey Billy, but I know you're being kind of obnoxious now, but I really would like you to join my party, so we're gonna keep following you. Yes, let's do it. Thank you, Billy, for introducing yourself. Hi, Jesse. Okay. Fortunately, we can just go straight to the Ethos HQ. Not a whole lot of extra cutscenes to do right now. Yeah, other than the ones that, you know, are forwarding the plot. So we're just going to keep forwarding the plot until we get to the next place where there's an extra cutscene. Margie does not have something. Margie's thing is not a cutscene. I should clarify. Margie does have a thing to talk about. It does not count as a cutscene. It's that she can swap party members. That does not count as a cutscene. On every encounter I get means we have to delay our beeping longer. Okay. Hello, Billy. Hi, Verlaine. We're gonna go in front of Billy. And then Billy's somehow ahead of us. There's really not a lot to do at Ethos HQ, honestly. Like, there's no cutscenes here, other than the required ones. There's no bonus cutscenes, so we're just gonna get these required cutscenes out of the way and then move on. Akivi starts really slow, but it ends really, really well. I mean, every act starts slow, I guess. Just... yeah, no, every single act starts slow. Except maybe Act 4? Babel Tower is like... Act 4 is kind of just goes and goes. I like Act 4. Act 4 might be my favorite act, if I had to choose one from Disc 1 of the 5. Like, Solaris is cool, but I like the Babel Tower to Shavat, the Fort Jasper arc is pretty solid. But Akivi is second. Sure, because I love the Akivi arc. It just... I don't know exactly, but it just satisfies something. Anyway, we're going to talk to this guy 11 times so that we can keep the plot moving without having to talk to everyone. I hope you studied that guy's text box because it's going to be on the quiz later. You got to see it 11 times. Oh, we need to leave. Okay, we're almost at the beeping. We just have to do orphanage stuff. Which might not be orphanage. It might be orphanag. But we've made it through that section. Oh goodness. Sailing across the ocean is so fun with encounters. You don't have to do that much of it, fortunately. And it's really just a few times during the Akivi arc. And then we're done. Yes, we got the orphan egg! It's the orphan egg. Well, Satan left us. Which means, yeah, Satan's leaving. He's not available right now, which means Rico will automatically join our party, which is good because we need him for a cutscene. The toilet is taken. Uh-oh. It's the lore. Redrum was this kid's dad. That got turned into a monster and then we killed it. Uh-oh. Awkward. Now we gotta go through a lot of doors for this next cutscene. This cutscene trigger is dumb. It's literally just go through a stupid number of doors. So we're gonna do that. I think it's like 20. Jim, leave me alone. I'm just trying to go through doors. We're gonna go through a stupid number of doors. Absolutely stupid number of doors. How many times can we go through these doors? We'll do one more round trip through this room. Nope, it's still taken. Five more trips then. This trigger is really bad. I hope you like opening doors over and over again, because this is a part of the cutscene percent run. I think this is probably one of the dumbest cutscene triggers that we have to go for in this run. Like, the wandering around in Stalactite Cave was one thing, this is... why? Still frickin' taken! That means I haven't done enough doors. It's a really dumb number of doors. Grim, stop it. Get out of my way. We're doing so many doors here. We're gonna do 4 more trips, I think. Back and forth. Just a stupid number of doors. This is what I want to do 9 hours into a run, is run through doors over and over again so that I can simulate the passing of time for this cutscene. Okay, 2 more. We're gonna talk to Prim on this time through. There we go! Ew. That is the cutscene we needed to get to. That guy coming out of the toilet and giving us the book. We don't need to go into that room. No, we just need him to come out. What a good cutscene trigger. We are ready to leave. We don't even need all the books. We don't need to do that. We just need to do the interactions to get 2 of them. The third one is just a little bit of dialogue. It's not interesting, and so it's not a cutscene. Like, there's nothing else happens. Okay, we're almost there. We will have beeping by the 9.5 hour mark. Okay. Oh boy. Oh, what's that? Okay, we gotta talk to Billy. We've almost finished getting him into our party. He's gonna give us our tutorial on how to use him, which is fine, whatever. I'm so glad the default is yes, so I don't have to think about this. We just keep it moving. Good. And now we get Billy's backstory. Hooray! Charlie, Bishop Stone is just a benevolent member of the clergy. And there's nothing else that's going to happen as a result of this. Thank you for the flashback, Billy. Yeah. Bart, get out of here. We're bringing Satan. Okay, before we leave, we're going to take our ether drives. Feed some of them to Billy, feed some of them to Ellie. Get the new gun, ammo, ether doubler, 2 speedring S's. Speedring S's, ether doubler. Here we go. And speedring S for you. Yep. There we go. Yeah, we want to do all that equipping before we deal with anything else in the menu. Alright, I have to open the door lock and then we can save. Fine. Here we go. Okay, we're almost at peeping. I did say by 9:30. It's 9. We have 9 by 9.5 hours. We're at 9:28. Open that door lock. Okay, we're through this door. I'm gonna save here. This is really important. Save here. And it is beep time. We're gonna get into this encounter. Now, I'm gonna swap discs. It worked first try. Oh my goodness. That is a 50-50 chance to work or not. And it worked. Okay. It's beep time. We need more ether drives. Big surprise. We need more of these. Most of this trip is for ether drives. Billy, let's give you all the ether. We're gonna make Billy super powerful ether as well, and then we're gonna do the same thing for Ellie. But we only need one more stack of those. Okay, buy another stack. We will need an extra stack for the future, but we're going to use this stack on Ellie. Here you go, Ellie. Your ether stat is going to go through the roof. And okay. One last stack of ether drives. This is the last stack I'm going to buy. These are for a character later. And hold on to those. Now. We need to buy a better frame for Vierge. That is very important. We need a better frame for Vierge for sure. We don't need anything for Billy. We need two things here in this gear shop. We need a Wind Veil AR and the empty item right below it. We need these two items. That's it. That's all we need to do. Now we save. And reset. Again. That was your beeping. I know it wasn't as long as the last time we beeped, but we just need a little beeping there to stock up. The reason we have to do that there is that empty item that we bought is a glitched item we need to equip on Billy's gear. We are not allowed to, that equip has to be the first thing we do after we obtain it in the gear equip menu. So we're not allowed to do any other gear equips before we do that. So we couldn't do it at the beginning of the run. We also needed the ether drives anyway, but you can't get that at the beginning of the run. You have to wait until your next gear menu is going to involve that. And at this point, we're far enough in, we can do that. And we're right back at the save point. Perfect. Now, just gonna keep going. We got a little cutscene here. There is no more beeping. The beeping has been dealt with. There's no more beeping in the rest of this run. I appreciate that it's like, oh, it looks like blood. Never mind, it's rust. Gotta run at this door 5 times to open it. We're almost at the end of this dungeon. Down there. Here we are. Boss fight. Basically a worse version of Red Room. Nope. Do not hit. I almost hasted the boss. That would have been bad. I don't think I need to explain why that would have been bad. S and X should be pretty strong here. Yep, 1600 damage. Now haste Ellie. Beat her up so that she gets a turn right away. This guy is weak to ice, so we're going to use Aqua Ice. 2500 damage. You don't take an action. Billy, go ahead and do more damage. Okay, we should be done with this fight. Good. We don't want to give Ellie and Billy tons of hit points here because he has the ability to heal max HP. So we didn't want to stock them up on hit points yet. We will get them more hit points soon. In our next menu. We'll feed them the items to boost their max HP up. Because we will want it for the future, but we typically don't want it for that fight. Anyway, it's time for us to unlock Billy's gear. We already bought a thing for it, but we're gonna unlock Billy's gear now. We bought a part that's going to go on it. We can't tune it up or anything, well, in that kernel menu, which is fine. We don't need to. Billy's gear will never need, like, special attention as far as engine or whatever. Because Billy has a basic attack that's based on his ether stat, and we boosted that up a ton and gave him an ether doubler. He doesn't need a good engine to do lots of damage with his gear. So as long as he can survive, we're fine. Okay. Well, we have one more fight at the end of this dungeon, you know, a gear fight now. And then we are on to Ethos headquarters, which is going to be good. It's just like Dungeon Rush. We're in the Dungeon Rush part of this act, which is really wonderful. I love rushing dungeons. Like, hey, we know we got a slow first start of the act, so the second half of the act is going to be action-packed, which is exactly what I want. Like, Akivi's first half is very slow, but the second half of Akivi goes so fast that it's so much stuff that happens. One of my favorite parts of the run is the second half of Akivi. Hi, I have air rods. We did unlock that for Ellie. So we're just gonna go ahead and use that. Quad nines. And he's dead. Great. Go. That fight's done. Yes, let's launch the Yggdrasil. I love that Ellie has hit points now. Okay, on the way here, we need to... There we go, you're maxed. Let's heal up. First thing we need to do is grab the empty item from the bottom of our inventory. Put that on first. Then we can put those on. And we can put this on. Ellie, you don't need this. Okay. We're ready. Good. That empty item will get overwritten by other things getting unequipped from my gears, so I had to make sure I equipped it first. It had to be the first thing I equipped in that menu, and then I could put the power magics on. But that item will basically do what our glitched part that we have on Weltall does for Faye, and make Billy super fast. We're giving Ellie the speed ring here so that she's faster, because we need her to take a turn, basically, to win these fights. These are all gonna get Thermo Dragoned for lots of damage. Ellie is ridiculously strong right now. I mean, we turbo buffed Ellie and Billy's ether stats, so we should not have problems. Rip Pontiff. Okay, that fight's done. Yep, we gotta rescue this person. We're actually gonna rescue the people directly instead of running forward and then finding out this guy's here. Yep, let's hurry. Hi, Big Joe. We gotta save Big Joe, too. Okay. I gotta take a quick bio break during this cutscene. I will be back. Okay. Made it back. In time. No time loss. Wonderful. Yeah. The Ethos HQ is an interesting dungeon because there's no boss here. It's just... We came back here, we had a few forced fights, and now we're getting a lot of information. Sorry, I'm not talking much. I did not sleep the best last night, and I'm trying to make sure I save my energy so that I can finish the run. Promise I'm still here and I'm still awake and making sure things go well. Oh my goodness, all those cutscenes for one little fight here. Like, that's not a boss fight. Yes, yes, there is. I'm still going. I'm not like tired. I'm just like, I'm not like drowsy tired, I'm like brain fog tired. Of just not being able to come up with things to say. There goes Alkenshell. It's launched. We are gonna fight that. That's the end boss of Act 3, but we haven't quite gotten there yet. I will say, Act 3, in most of my runs, Alkenshell tends to be just a little bit past the halfway point. Oh, I'm completely uncaffeinated. I don't drink coffee, so like, a little tiny bit would be like, a lot for me. So no. I'll pull through without. I've done it without before. Many times, so I will be okay. I like don't even have a coffee pot or coffee or anything. And I'm definitely not going out to get some before the run. At this point, I'm not going out to get any. I'll be fine. I mean, I had a slice of cake. That doesn't have... It wasn't chocolate cake, though, or coffee cake or anything. It was just cake. I want to be clear, that was not my lunch. I had a lunch, and then I had a slice of cake during that last cutscene. When I was doing my bio break and everything, I was like, let me just get myself a slice of cake real quick to get some more calories in my body. Well, that's probably the closest thing to any sort of caffeine that I've had. Hi, worst Discord server. Again, please go away. Yep. I don't have caffeine usually, so like, I have not had I don't have caffeine on hand. I will let you know if I really feel like I can't finish. I don't have work tomorrow or Monday though, so I should be fine. Unless I'm really about to collapse, like, in my seat. but I did sleep before the run. Just not as much as I wanted to. I think I got like 5 hours last night. Not because I wanted to get 5 hours, because my body decided that I needed to be awake at 3 a.m. And I was like, no, body, my run starts at 6:40, was scheduled at 6:45. I started half an hour early. I could have woken up at 5 and been fine and been ready. But no, my body said, you're getting up at 3 and you're gonna like it. And this run's probably gonna end around 3 a.m. Eastern time, I should say. Which is where I am. It's fine. I'm feeling less tired now than I was earlier in the run, if that makes sense. The first, like, couple hours, like, hour 2, 3 was rough. We're going strong at hour 10. I'm feeling great. That might just be because I'm at my favorite part of the game, though. I'm sure I will feel exhausted once we get into Disc 2. And I don't have to do any inputs for like 45 minutes. I just have to keep talking to keep myself awake. Oh, Disc 2. Okay. Making sure that I'm doing the right things. Right, we have a lot of scenes. Come on. Yep, we're gonna go to the Thames. In any percent, we don't have to go to the Thames. But in cutscene percent, we do. Because this is really, really lots of lore, which means we need to do what the game wants us to do, not what the game actually requires of us. Yay, encounters. Billy is super fast. I don't know if you noticed that, but Billy took 2 turns before anyone got another one, and I think he was about to take his 3rd. Yeah, Billy's gear is super fast right now. It's awesome. Billy goes before these guys? Awesome. Those guys are the worst. Because they always go first, usually. But we have Billy, and Billy is even faster. Hi, Thames. I appreciate that we get to go to the Thames again. Thank you. We are... Right, we have to talk to the captain. Technically, the only reason this actually counts as a cutscene we have to watch is because of the Little Men of the Sea thing. We don't need to ask Hans about anything. I mean, there's a lot you could ask for from a Gears remake. A graphics update would be nice. I don't think the graphics are that bad, though. I mean, they're a little dated, but, like... The big thing is you then have to figure out what am I doing with Disc 2 if you're going to do a remaster. Like, what's happening to Disc 2? Because no one wants to leave Disc 2 as it is. Oh, we are going this way. At least if you're wanting to remaster this. You can't... It's so hard to remaster this and leave Disc 2 as is. That's just like, why? You could definitely make a dungeon out of the Mass Driver facility. You can make a dungeon out of... Yeah, I don't want it to be, like, super, like, modernized. You can make a dungeon out of the, deployment system in Disc 2. What else could we make a dungeon out of? Those are the two, like, real big ones. The Merkava should be a dungeon. Like, before the final dungeon. Merkava should absolutely be a dungeon. Listen, we'll find out when we get there. Disc 1 for now is very nice. This dungeon that we're going into now might be one of my favorites in the game. It might actually be my favorite. Yeah, this might be my favorite dungeon in the game. Just for atmosphere and gameplay wise, it's really nice. There's good bosses at the end of it. I don't know. I love this dungeon. I'm sorry. You will regret those words, that Disc 2 is the best. There are some things on Disc 2 that are really cool and I love. But as a whole, I think casually, when I was 100%ing the game, it took about 60 hours. Disc 1 was 48 of those hours. Disc 2 was the last 12. And I did and that includes all sorts of, like, end game grinding stuff on that Disc 2 part. Yeah. Like, Act 1, for us to get through Act 1 in this speedrun is going to take longer than the entirety of Disc 2 in the speedrun. Like, the segment from the beginning of the run up to Dora exploding and that whole sequence and finishing up the Ave stuff is a longer segment than the entirety of Disc 2 in this speedrun. These are forced encounters, so we do have to use Thermo Dragon here, but that's fine. We've got plenty of ether points. Yeah, this one, it takes it to a bit of an extreme. In that they had enough story to fully flesh out Disc 2, but they did not have enough time to, like, develop all the other things that were going into it. Yeah, unfortunately, the rights with this one are now weird because it's like the team that works on it no longer work for Square because the core of the team is now a subsidiary under Nintendo. Or is now like so that's a whole thing. But the rights to Xenogears are still owned by Square. But all the original creators don't work there anymore, so it's like... Like, they're still doing stuff, they're just at another company. We need to go all the way to the end of the hallway. Yep. So, like, odds of getting this remastered or remade or anything are pretty low just because the teams are at different companies now. Or the team's at a different company that doesn't have the rights to it. We did not come in here for the chest, we came in here for the little scene of Ellie remembering things. No, we want... Oh yes, we do want to go this way. I doubted myself. Not a forced encounter, I can run away from that one. This one is invisible, but it is a forced encounter. Yeah, it's a tough situation. Because it's not like the original devs are out of work. Like, they're working on other things. Yeah. I mean, the studio... I mean, most of what they've done recently has been remaking the Xenoblade games for the Switch that were not on the Switch. But, you know, I still appreciate those. But it's not Xenogears. I mean, they had a release last week. So they're still doing stuff. Shoutouts to Xenoblade X Definitive Edition, which has been consuming my life. I've already put more time into X Definitive Edition than I ever put in to the original release of Xenoblade X. Yes. Go, keep going. Okay. They are thematically connected, and they are made by the same core development team. Because a lot of the devs who worked on Xenogears went off and became Monolith Soft, which was under Namco, I think, for Xenosaga. They did Xenosaga there. And then they ended up getting bought by Nintendo. And now they made Xenoblade for Nintendo and have been making the Xenoblade games for Nintendo, and those have become, like, taken off. But they have a lot of thematic similarities. There's a lot of references to Gears in Blade, in some of the Blade games. Not so much Blade 1, but a lot of the other ones have some references to Gears. There's also like Saga references as well, because they love to reference and cross over things, but like, and they did do a special deal for Xenoblade 2 to bring a couple characters from Saga into Xenoblade 2. Not as like a connecting the worlds kind of thing, just as like a, here's a cameo. We need to heal Ellie's EP, and we need to give Ellie her ether doubler back. Yeah, I mean, my first introduction to the series was the first Xenoblade Chronicles game, which I did not hear about right when it came out, but I started playing it while they, like, a little bit before X came out. And then I was like, let me look into the history of this, and that's how I found out about Xenogears and Xenosaga. And then I think I played Xenogears for the first time 2019? Somewhere around there. And fell in love with it. And now I run it. I don't know. Gears speedrunning appealed to me a lot more than Blade speedrunning. Blade is like, I like to play it casually, but I do not have any inclination to speedrun it. This game, on the other hand, I enjoyed it casually once, and now I'm like, yeah, I want to speedrun. I want to play it again, but I don't want to have to do all the things again. In Blade, I like doing the side quests and all the extra stuff. In this game, not so much. I just want to go through it and experience the plot again, and, you know, do some of the things again. Fight through some of the dungeons again, you know? That's what I enjoy. Okay, anyway, we have to learn in Seraphita. This fight is basically let Ellie do everything, and she will win. Okay. Hello, Talon and Seraphita. Ellie, you need to go faster. This is the fight. Ellie, we want to Lance alone. 3,600 damage until Talon is dead. Seraphita is going to go Pithy Boss mode. Not a big deal. Because now we're going to Aqua Ice her. And do 3,600 damage to her, and she cannot survive that. Ellie is good. Ellie is good for Elemental Ether. Billy is good if they don't have an Elemental affinity. Okay. Now we just need to Gleave. Get us out of here. Let's get out of here. We don't have to deal with any of these other encounters. Okay, only one more screen until our boss fight, our second boss fight of this dungeon. Really? We're just not gonna get turns. You're all taking turns? Now? That's really rude. We'll be fine. Billy, why'd you say anything? He was perfectly happy to go after Stone. We're gonna use Fusei on the boss. This makes him weak to wind. Thanks for not going after Billy. He's kind of squishy. That's fine. Zap. And that's the fight. We do need the extra damage from Billy's square attack there, but that's the whole fight. Mhm. Mm. Go in the hole. No, we don't need to go. Go down to the gear hanger. I'm swapping in Rico here over Bart because Rico is slower and I won't have to carry through his turn as much. That is the entire reason. I don't actually care about either of them. We have to take one of them here because we're not allowed to have Faye or Satine in our party. So Rico will take fewer turns than Bart. So we're gonna bring Rico. We've made it to Alkenshell, which is the end of Act 3. We just have to charge here. Okay. Whatever. Ellie's got plenty of hit points. Billy also has plenty of hit points. There we go. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. Hooray, we neutralized the barrier. Battle time. And Billy attacks twice for quad 9s, and we win. That's how powerful. That's why we have Billy here. He is ridiculously powerful. He can just do quad 9s with like no animation time, and he's super fast. Billy is the best. He doesn't have any good AoE, but he has the best single target DPS. Ellie's here for the AoE. Okay. Well, we beat Alkenshell, which means we're a little over halfway through the run. Yeah, no, mm-mm. Tam, that's because Midori is like a psychic child who is creepy and not normal at all. No, this game really does not want Billy to be happy, but it does want Billy to be very, very good. Yeah, we're not changing our party. They stick Faye in my party, and then they put Billy and Ellie there. I am perfectly happy with Faye, Billy, and Ellie. That's like our three best characters right now. Sorry, Satan. Satan's great, but Faye, Billy, and Ellie all surpass him at this point. Dang it, where's Discord server? Why do you have to talk about everything? Okay. Done with you. Let me into Act 4. I don't care about the new parts in the gear shop. I don't think they will. Off to Babel Tower we go. Been a little bit since we saved, but we should be fine. Yeah, there's nothing in Babel Tower that's scary. Like, the bosses get remarkably easier in Babel Tower as opposed to Alconshell. Alconshell really is an end of act boss. The boss of Babel Tower at the top is super easy. The boss in the midpoint boss is super easy. Dang it. I hit the trigger. I hit the scripted encounter. There's a bunch of scripted encounters in here that you can't run away from. That I'm trying to dodge, but I'm failing at dodging. So we're gonna have to punch through these, which is fine. It's not a big deal. They're very easy fights. They just are annoying. Okay. Well, that's fine. Let's do this skip. That was too early. I jumped too early. The skip is still worth it because it skips an encounter. So unless I run into the encounter, it's going to be worth it. Keep going for it. I jumped. I would like it to be known that I jumped. And it did not count. But I hit the jump button. That was a bad jump. That one was my fault. Platforming in this game is very bad, and then they make you do it with precision. Aim. What did I just say about platforming? Unfortunately, this dungeon would be better, but it's a platforming dungeon. In a game that's not designed for platforming. Dang it, I need to be like a pixel further, whatever direction is towards the screen. Towards the camera. East. Like, who thought platforming was a good idea? Yeah. A little tiny bit. Once again, it's eating my inputs. I swear. I hate this jump, but it's still worth the time save. There is one skip in here that I refuse to do because it's really not worth it. It saves 5 seconds if I make it. I'm inconsistent with it because it's platforming based. And it costs upwards of 40 seconds if I fail. That's not the right pixel. There we go. Time for swinging. don't walk across the left side of that. It's a trap. Oh, we're not allowed to do the skip anyway, because it's a cutscene. Right. This is a cutscene. You can skip this cutscene. I don't do it in any percent because the skip is terrible. And dumb. Okay. I need to make sure I don't skip this cutscene. Don't want to skip that cutscene. That cutscene's real easy to skip. Cutscene percent is weird here because there's a few like random little cutscene triggers in the Tower of Babel that I have to consciously remind myself, no, you gotta make sure you hit these and don't do the speedrun movements that skip them. We want to drop down. No. Get out of this fight. We are not in our gears. Okay, good. We triggered this cutscene. Okay. Time to take the train.